Natural-Born Grillers, Australian Amateur Sleuth, Book 2, written by Morgana Best, narrated by Amy Soakes. Chapter 1. I was sitting in the largest, mustiest room on the longest, most boring day of my life. Early afternoon sunlight was filtering through old and yellowing curtains and shining onto the enthusiastic faces of those sitting around me. I was at the monthly philosophy club meeting, no matter how much I wished I wasn't. Philosophy was never my strong suit, and I very much wanted to keep it that way. I found the whole thing immensely boring, but my landlady, Cressida, had insisted I come along, and eventually I had caved. I found myself sitting there, not knowing how much time had passed. It felt like hours, but I knew it had probably been minutes. Everybody was discussing Immanuel Kant's works on aesthetic interpretation. Up until now, I had always thought philosophy was the study of existence, reality, and life. It turns out it was more likely designed to kill people through boring monologues and abstract notions involving cats in boxes. I sighed and looked out one of the massive Victorian windows of the boarding house. We were all sitting in one of the largest rooms of the boarding house into whose grounds I had moved in recent weeks. Through the window, I could see the beginnings of a majestic garden, beautifully maintained by the new gardener who had taken over from Mr. Buttons, a resident of the boarding house. Mr. Buttons hadn't actually been hired to be the gardener, but seemed to have some kind of obsessive tendency towards cleaning and maintenance, and thus had pulled out as many plants as he had weeds. The end result had resembled the Sahara Desert. The boarding house itself was Victorian era and of the Italianate style of architecture, so I'd been told. I was no more an architect than I was a philosopher. It reminded me of Phryne Fisher's house in the TV series Miss Fisher's Murder Mysteries, although nowhere near as grand. It probably had been, back in its day, but it was no longer in a good state of repair. The tessellated pavements were largely intact, as were the decorative patterns etched into the exterior render, but the intricate old Victorian cast-iron lacework was damaged. Since the arrival of the new gardener, the lawns had turned green, and newly planted flowers were blooming, transforming the boarding house from a wreck in a desert landscape into a wreck in a green oasis. Still, the garden would have fared better had Mr. Buttons been banned from it in the first place. With my thoughts turning to Mr. Buttons, it dawned on me that he had been in the meeting earlier, but now he was nowhere to be seen. "Well, Sibyl, what do you think?" Cressida asked me earnestly. Cressida owned the boarding house, and even though we didn't have too much in common, we had become friends since I'd moved to the small Australian town of Little Tatterford. I hadn't been paying attention at all to their discussion, and that fact was becoming increasingly obvious. "Oh, I stammered. "Could you repeat the question?" Cressida shot me a disappointed look, but repeated it anyway. "We were discussing whether objective morality can exist without a god. What are your thoughts?" She seemed quite eager to hear my answer. Not only did I not know, but I couldn't care less. "Yes," I answered. Cressida didn't seem particularly excited by my answer or lack of an explanation, but at least she moved on and asked the man sitting next to me, Martin Bosworth. Martin was a new boarder. He was the stereotypical academic in appearance, slightly eager-looking, yet at the same time wearied, slim, and stooped, with worn clothes in shades of mustard brown and faded forest green. An irritable man, Martin had moved here temporarily in order to have some peace and quiet away from his annoying university students and staff, as he put it, while organizing a conference on the ancient Greek philosopher Socrates. So far, he had been polite enough in conversation, although he seemed to try to avoid socializing as much as possible. The philosophy club was one of very few exceptions. I attempted once more to pay attention to the discussion, before I realized that I still couldn't care less. I counted myself lucky that I had not been subjected to one of the monthly philosophy club meetings until now. Cressida was particularly excited about this meeting, as the leading lights of philosophy from the universities on the east coast of Australia had descended upon the nearby city of Farmerdale in readiness for a big philosophy conference on Socrates, a conference organised by Martin Bosworth. As I listened to the conversation, I remembered why the ancient Athenians had ordered Socrates put to death. There is only so much philosophy one can take. I looked around the room. If it weren't for the shiny laptops scattered around, I would think I had fallen into an old English movie set over 100 years ago. The antique furniture was as imposing as it was gloomy, and there was far too much of it crammed into the room. It looked like an antique shop, and smelt like one too. I was sitting next to an ancient pump organ, and the musty odour was all but overpowering me. The fading sunlight fell along one side of the organ, and had apparently done so for years, given the way in which the laminated wood veneer had peeled away. I resisted the urge to check my phone for the time, and instead took another look out the window. The sun was hovering over the eucalyptus trees, which in turn were hovering over a herd of Hereford cattle happily grazing away in the neighbouring farm. It seemed to be roughly 2 or 3 in the afternoon, which meant that the meeting was hopefully coming to a close. The focus of the conversation had moved to Colin Palmer, one of the other new boarders at the house. I didn't know much about him, as we had barely talked, but he seemed nice enough. Other than some members of the club I didn't recognise, the only other member present was Lord Farrington, Cressida's fat cat. He was sleeping soundly on a chair. If only I could be so lucky. Mr. Buttons returned, holding a tray of cucumber sandwiches and cups of tea for everybody. When he began to portion out the food and drinks, one of the men I didn't know spoke up. "I must say, this is quite unusual. Do you not have a maid?" As he asked the question, he seemed genuinely bewildered. "Oh, no," I replied. "She was sent to jail for fatally poisoning the food of a boarder." It only occurred to me that this explanation might upset some, when everyone stared at their food and simultaneously set it aside. Cressida looked up at me and asked, "Are you okay, dear? You seem distracted." I knew she was just trying to change the subject, but she was probably genuinely concerned with my well-being too, given the look on my face. "I'm fine," I answered, forcing a fake smile. "But, to be honest, philosophy just isn't really my forte. Lord Farrington here seems to be into it more than I am." I picked up Lord Farrington as I said this, and he meowed angrily in response. Chapter 2. I stood at the sink, dumping a pot of steaming spaghetti into a strainer. The spaghetti fell in coils into the bottom of the strainer, and the water kept going. I set the pot next to the sink and reached for the strainer, flicking my wrist and tossing the pasta slightly so any trapped water would be drained. I then dumped the pasta back into the pot and set the strainer down. I reached for a smaller pan filled with bubbling hot red sauce, straight from a jar, of course. As I'm not gifted in the cooking arena, I was concentrating hard and about to tip the sauce onto the noodles when my mobile phone rang from the living room. I sighed, content to ignore it until I was finished with dinner. The ringtone played out, and then there was silence, and I tossed the noodles with the sauce. I set the pan on the stovetop again and killed the burner before opening my cabinet and pulling out a plate. I had just set the plate on the counter next to the stove when the mobile phone rang again. A screech startled me. "Answer the phone, you butt-ugly bimbo!" "Max!" I shook my head. In the few months that my ex-husband had custody of Max, my sulphur-crested cockatoo, he had taught him to say a long list of rather rude words as well as insults, much to my dismay. I never knew what was going to come out of his beak next. I left my plate empty on the counter and stomped like an annoyed child into the living room to answer my phone. I looked at the screen and saw it was my landlord, Cressida, calling. What would Cressida want at this time of the evening? I wondered, fearful that Cressida would want to discuss philosophy again. I figured I had better answer it, so I swiped my finger to the right across the iPhone's screen and put it on loud. "Hey, Cressida," I said. "I need you here now." Cressida's voice was tight and breathless. "What's wrong?" "Just get here, okay? To the house, please, hurry." The line went dead, and I was left looking at the phone until the screen went dark. I went back into the kitchen, threw a lid on the pot of spaghetti, and tossed it into the fridge before crossing to the front door. I pulled my jacket off the hook behind the door, slid on the jacket, and hurried out, stepping down the steps of my small porch and starting down the path towards the large house in which Cressida and her boarders lived. It was evening, and the sun almost gone, blocked by the ancient eucalyptus trees that rose eerily like sentinels of the land on either side of the wide dirt path. The surrounding fields were dark, and the pink and grey galahs fluttered this way and that, calling it a day and heading for wherever they called home. The air was brisk, with a sharp coolness that chilled me to the bone whenever the wind picked up. I found the zipper of my jacket after the third such gust and pulled it up to my neck. I slid my hands into the jacket pockets and fell into a jog, but without the benefit of socks. My cheap canvas sneakers rubbed sore spots on both of my heels. I would have worn sandals only for the dire warnings of the locals that the deadly eastern brown snakes strike at foot level. Apparently the district was full of them. The boarding house loomed over me, impressive and gothic-looking through the trees. When I reached the front of the house, the dirt path became a paved one, with the small lot for cars to the left, and a staircase leading up to the wraparound porch directly to the right. I hustled up the stairs and opened the front door. Cressida was there as I was still pushing open the door, pulling the door handle so hard that the door flew open and I stumbled inside. The warm, stale air hit me, contrasting with the clean, cool air outside. "What's wrong?" I said at once, alarmed by the expression on her face. "Oh, it's happened again! It's happened again!" I looked past the frazzled woman and saw Mr. Buttons standing near the staircase, shaking his head softly, holding a small saucer with a teacup perched upon it and a silver spoon resting next to the cup. His face was white and drawn. Cressida took my hand and pulled me to the staircase. The two of us hurried up the stairs, with Mr. Buttons right behind us. We went down a short hall and stopped outside a closed door. "Take a deep breath," Cressida said, but before I could do any such thing, Cressida let go of my hand and threw open the door. The room within was impossibly messy, with a writing desk against the wall next to the door, topped with a shiny laptop and countless sheets of hand-drawn notes. There were piles of clothes around the room and more notebooks. There were trays covered with empty plates and empty glasses. And lying face down on the bed, amidst covers thrown this way and that, was a dead man. "Mr. Bosworth," I said in shock, averting my eyes. I turned to Cressida. "What happened?" "I don't know," she said, wringing her hands. "Were you the one who found him?" Cressida frowned. "Yes, I did. I was bringing up his dinner. He didn't eat downstairs with us. I always brought up his dinner. Tonight he didn't answer, so I pushed open the door, and there he was." She pointed to a tray, and her food spilled over the floor. "You should have called the cops," I said, throwing my hands in the air. She did. I looked down the hall to see Sergeant Blake Wessley making his way towards us. He stepped past the three of us and went to the bed. We all followed him into the room. I clutched Mr. Button's arm and tried to avoid looking at the body. "What's that?" Blake said, gesturing to a note pinned to the back of the Bosworth's suit. The three of us inched forward. On a piece of notepaper were the words, "Crito, we owe a rooster to Asclepius." "What on earth does that mean?" Cressida said to no one in particular. "It's just nonsense words," Blake said. I cleared my throat. Actually, those were the last words Socrates uttered before his death, which was caused by drinking hemlock. Everyone stared at me. Mr. Buttons was the first to speak. "Sibyl, how did you know that? I thought you didn't like philosophy." I nodded. "Yes, and that's why. I did a semester of ancient philosophy when I was at university, and it was all about Socrates. It was simply ghastly." "Well, that's all well and good," Blake said, "but what specifically does that have to do with Martin Bosworth? He's a professor at the university, isn't he?" "Yes," Cressida said, "and he was the one who organised the big conference on Socrates that starts next week. That's why I have so many boarders at the moment. They're all speaking at the conference. Most are from out of town, but the others live in Farmerdale and are staying here on a philosophy retreat." I peered at the note again. "It's clear he was murdered by someone who knows something about philosophy," I said, "as they knew enough to quote Socrates' last words." Blake readily agreed. "But what does Crito we owe a rooster to Asclepius mean?" I shrugged. Crito was Socrates' friend, and Asclepius was the god of healing. As for the meaning, that's been debated for centuries. However, I think that the murderer wanted us to know that Martin Bosworth was poisoned by hemlock. Cressida gasped. "Sibyl, how on earth did you jump to such a conclusion?" "Don't tell me you can smell it," Blake said, his eyes narrowed. I glared at him. I happen to have the genetic ability to smell cyanide, which is how I recognized the method of murder used on the last victim at the boarding house. "Of course not," I snapped. "It's simple philosophy 101, critical reasoning." I held up 4 fingers and counted them off. 1. Martin Bosworth was murdered. 2. He was a leading Socratic scholar. 3. The note quoting Socrates' last words was pinned to his suit. 4. Socrates was killed by hemlock. What better way to kill an eminent Socratic scholar than with hemlock? Mr. Buttons nodded, but Blake and Cressida looked at me as if I was making no sense. I don't know why. It sure made sense to me. Blake pointed to the door. "The 3 of you go and wait out there. Don't leave the house. I'll stay here to secure the scene and wait for forensics, Constable Andrews, and the detectives." An hour later, the 3 of us were sitting at the old iron and formica table in the middle of the kitchen, sipping hot tea laced with copious amounts of sugar in an attempt to get over the shock. The kitchen was my least favourite room in the house. It was small and cramped, despite having a high ceiling. I suppose the fact that the ceiling was painted bright orange did not lend itself to an airy effect. The only light, such as it was, tried to peek through one small window from which hung a dingy orange floral blind. Today the blind was up, but the wide veranda outside the kitchen blocked most of the light. Blake had already questioned us one by one and warned us that he had called the detectives who would soon be here to take our statements, as well as the statements of all the boarders. Constable Andrews was stationed outside Martin Bosworth's room, and the forensics team was currently in there. I set down my piece of carrot cake. I'd eaten the only part I liked, the frosting, and rubbed my temples. Blake's assured me that he'll ask the pathologist to test for hemlock. Do you think he really will? Mr. Buttons nodded. Absolutely. The murderer left a note, and that had to be for a reason. I think Blake has a soft spot for you, Sibyl, Cressida said. She didn't look up at me, but just continued to stir her tea. Mr. Buttons and I exchanged glances. Cressida, are you all right? I asked. I took up his last meal, Cressida wailed. It must have had the poison in it. Lord Farrington says they will blame me. I made soothing noises and looked down at the fat cat purring near Cressida's legs. Surely Lord Farrington isn't always right, is he? Yes, he is, Cressida screeched. He is always right. Her wailing grew louder. Even Lord Farringdon stopped purring and stared up at her in alarm. I looked at Mr. Buttons for help, but he had left his seat and was sitting on the alternating beige and mustard floor tiles, dusting cat hair from Cressida's black shoes. It was then that a vision came upon me. Thousands of quail attacked me, and I fell to the ground as they pecked me. It was just like a scene from Alfred Hitchcock's film The Birds. Chapter 3. I came to on the floor, with Mr. Buttons and Cressida leaning over me. "I'm all right," I said. "It must have been the shock." I hadn't told Cressida or Mr. Buttons about my visions, and indeed, I'd never had a vision before that had caused me to pass out. Thankfully, my explanation appeared to satisfy them. I climbed back onto my chair and rubbed my forehead where I had banged it on the edge of the kitchen table. My thoughts stayed with my vision. Why quail? I knew Cressida had been collecting chooks, as we call chickens in Australia, some silver-laced Wyandottes, some black frizzle hens, and even some quail. Were Cressida's quail about to attack me? Surely not. There must be a different interpretation of the vision. But what? I thought of the Delphic Sibyl, famed in ancient times for her prophecies. She was said to speak in riddles, and now I wondered if her visions were riddles even to her. I hoped my visions had not descended into confusion. This one certainly made no sense. Previously, my visions had been more literal. I drank some more sugary tea and accepted the Vegemite sandwich that Mr. Buttons offered me on a gold-rimmed plate. "Aren't you having a Vegemite sandwich too, Mr. Buttons?" Mr. Buttons shuddered.
"No, Sibyl, I have no idea how you Australians can eat that ghastly food paste."
His tone was melodramatic. I shrugged and promptly devoured my sandwich. It seemed like ages before Blake returned to the kitchen, and Cressida stood up when he entered the room.
"Do you know what killed him yet?"
Her voice was filled with anxiety. Blake looked at me briefly before turning back to Cressida.
"The pathologist says that the symptoms are consistent with hemlock poisoning, respiratory arrest and paralysis of the central nervous system."
Cressida seized the back of a chair.
"Was it what he ate for dinner?"
Blake shrugged.
"The forensics guys have bagged the dinner and taken it away for testing. We'll know soon enough." "Did Martin Bosworth eat the same thing as we ate for dinner, Cressida?"
Mr. Buttons asked. Cressida bit her bottom lip.
"Well, he was the only boarder I served meals to, and he always insisted on grilled poultry for dinner. He said red meat was bad for his heart." "And what did he eat for dinner then?"
Mr. Buttons looked at Cressida expectantly. Blake looked distracted. I figured he'd already found out what the dinner was when taking Cressida's statement earlier. I caught his eye and then looked away immediately. I would have been embarrassed if he had thought that I was attracted to him.
"He had a glass of red wine, the same wine we had," Cressida said. "But while we had lasagna, he had a salad and grilled quail." "Quail?" I shrieked.
The three of them stared at me.
"What of it?"
Blake asked. I shrugged.
"Nothing."
Cressida fixed me with a steely look.
"Are you sure, dear?"
I shook my head, but Blake spoke up.
"I'll take Sibyl home now. The detectives will want to question you all in the morning. I suggest you get a good night's sleep."
Blake hurried me out of the house.
"I'll walk you to your cottage."
He walked to his car first and retrieved a big torch. I was puzzled. "Do you need that? It's a full moon."
"Just watching out for snakes,"
he said. "Snakes? I thought snakes didn't come out at night."
Blake shook his head. "That's an old wives' tale. It's spring now, and this area has plenty of eastern brown snakes, copperheads and tiger snakes, and all three are deadly."
I clutched my arms around me and shivered. This was one of the drawbacks of living out in the country. It was bad enough that I had to shake out any shoes I'd left outside before I put them on, just in case redback spiders had crawled into them. And don't get me started about redback spiders on the toilet seat. There was even a hit Aussie song about that. I turned my attention back to Blake. I have a dog door in the back door for Sandy to come and go as she likes. I'd better keep her in the house at night. Blake swept the area with the light. A good idea. And make sure you keep the grass short so you can see snakes. And be careful. An eastern brown snake can look like a harmless blue-tongued lizard when it hides in the grass. You can also buy snake repellers. They make a vibration at intervals, and that tends to keep snakes away. They're solar. They look like solar garden lights, only bigger. Do they stop snakes completely? I asked hopefully. Blake shook his head. No, but they'll stop them setting up home in the area. Some say lime and sulfur work too, but a snake will cross such things. Just be extra careful around your woodpile. I made a mental note to buy a stack of snake repellers. I hoped they weren't expensive. At least when my property settlement came through, I would be able to afford to buy dozens of them. Better to be safe than sorry. Still, the property settlement was delayed because my ex-husband was in custody awaiting trial for murder. How he managed to turn that to his advantage was beyond me, but he always managed to fall on his feet. Sibyl, did you hear me? I jumped. No, sorry, Blake, I was thinking about snakes. The human variety as well as the reptiles themselves, I thought. I asked why you reacted so strongly to the mention of quail. I sighed. I had already told Blake about my visions, and he had been skeptical. I mean, I suppose that was a natural reaction, but it didn't make me feel any better. Remember when Allison poisoned my cereal, but I had a vision of me being poisoned, and so I then avoided the cereal and thus didn't get poisoned? I said, all in one breath. Yes, go on, Blake said slowly. I could already hear the disbelief in his voice. I took a deep breath. Well, when I was sitting at the kitchen table, I had a vision of quail. This was before I knew what was in Martin Bosworth's last dinner, I added. We had reached my front porch and the automatic light came on. Blake turned to me and raised one eyebrow. And what were the quail doing? Did you have a vision of poisoned quail on a dinner plate? My cheeks grew hot. No, not exactly. Blake peered into my face. Well, what were the quail doing, exactly? I fidgeted. They were just flying around, attacking me. Look, visions aren't always literal. They need to be interpreted. Blake crossed his arms over his chest. And how would you interpret that vision? I opened the door and walked inside my cottage, with Blake following me. I don't really know, I admitted, but it must have been pointing to the significance of the quail. I'd guessed that the poison was in the quail. Before Blake could answer, my sulphur-crested cockatoo Max screeched, Pretty boy, look at the hottie. Max, be quiet. I turned to Blake. Sorry about that. My ex-husband taught him all sorts of insults and rude words. Get a room, you two, Max said, before letting out a string of words that made me blush even harder. I'm really sorry, I muttered. Blake, would you check all the rooms for me, please? Blake, obliging, went through the rooms. It didn't take long. There were only 3 of them, my bedroom, the bathroom, and the kitchen and living room. All clear. Did you look under my bed? As soon as I said the words, I tried to remember the last time I'd swept under there. I hoped there were only dust bunnies there, and not discarded items of underwear. Blake dutifully went back into my bedroom and returned seconds later. There's no one hiding under your bed, but your dog is fast asleep on it. I don't think she's much of a watchdog. Sibyl, I don't think you have anything to worry about this time. Your ex-husband and his girlfriend Allison are both in custody awaiting trial. I'm sure what happened to Martin Bosworth has nothing to do with you. I nodded, trying to find some comfort in his words. You know, Blake continued, looking at me, we didn't have any murders until you showed up. I put my hands on my hips. Now that's hardly fair, I began, but Blake cut me off. Sorry, Sibyl, I didn't mean it that way. It was just an observation. Now, I'm sure you're safe, and you have my number if you have any concerns." I thanked him and showed him to the door. Just as I shut the door, two things happened. My stomach growled loudly, and I wondered whether I should have offered Blake a hot chocolate. Oh well, there was nothing I could do about the latter now, but I could certainly address the former. I turned on all the lights in the house, made sure both doors were locked, put the latch across the dog door, and then went to the fridge and retrieved the pot of spaghetti. I warmed it on the stove before ladling out a large pile onto a plate when it was ready. I ate it quickly, despite the fact it was utterly tasteless. I was exhausted, but I couldn't sleep, partly because I kept all the lights on, and partly because I couldn't stop thinking about my life since moving to Little Tatterford. I had been so excited, so hopeful to start a new chapter in my life, and here I was, unsure that I wanted to stay even another minute. One thing's for sure, I thought with relief, just before sleep overtook me. This murder case has nothing to do with me. I won't have to have a hand in solving this murder. Chapter 4. The following morning, after a hurried breakfast, I went back up to the boarding house to see how Cressida and Mr. Buttons were doing. I saw Blake disappear through the front door just as I arrived, so I hurried to catch up. It was already a warm morning, and the scent of the eucalyptus trees hung heavily on the air. I usually considered eucalyptus to be a comforting fragrance, but I knew that today there would be no comfort to be found. "I've come to take you to the station. The detectives want to ask you a few questions," I heard Blake say to Cressida just as I came up behind him. "Me?" the woman asked, placing her hand on her chest. Her nails were long and bright pink, in stark contrast to her leathery, tanned skin. Cressida shook her head softly, and then she nodded. "Well, sure," she said. She turned and looked at me. "Can Sibyl come with me?" she asked, waving a hand in my direction. "Yes, of course," Blake said. "Well, not in the interview room, that is. Actually, the detectives want to question Sibyl and Mr. Buttons too, as well as all the boarders, but they will start with you three down at the station." Cressida nodded. "All right, then. Let me go and freshen up my makeup." Blake nodded in turn, as Cressida hurried up the stairs in the direction of her bedroom. "Would you care for some English breakfast tea, Blake?" Mr. Buttons asked. "No, thank you." Blake turned his attention to me. "And how are you doing this morning?" "Fine, thanks," I said. I noticed that Blake looked worried, and that, in turn, made me worried. It was only minutes before Cressida came down the stairs, completely changed. I was grateful for the dim lighting in the massive entrance hall, for Cressida was wearing thick, powdered makeup and had drawn 2 dashes of bright red blush under her cheekbones. Clearly, blending had not occurred to her. Her eyes were heavily made up, and the oversized glasses, framed in bright red, made her eyes look much bigger. She was wearing a scarlet, floor-length dress, which matched her glasses as well as her hair. It was a dramatic effect. I followed Cressida, Mr. Buttons, and Blake outside, and Blake led us to his squad car, parked in the small lot. I sat in the back, and for the whole journey listened to Cressida telling Blake again about finding the body. When we arrived at the station, I had to wait for Blake to open my car door from the outside. He winked at me, and I frowned. Was he flirting with me? I wasn't much good with men, as should be obvious given the fact that I had married a murderer. "Just wait here," Blake said, as he disappeared behind a heavy door of frosted glass. He soon reappeared with 2 men in suits. "We'll take her first," one of the men said, pointing at me. He introduced himself as Detective Roberts, and the younger man as Detective Henderson. The detectives took me into a small, cold grey room. The walls were peeling and were painted in a horrible blend of yellow and grey, and there were old metal filing cabinets pushed up against one wall. The door trim was coloured dark green, and it was obvious that the person responsible for the colour scheme was colourblind. I looked around to see if there was a one-way mirror, but there was simply a large window opening onto the main office. It was covered with old, broken grey aluminium blinds that looked as though they could do with a good dusting. I wondered what Mr. Buttons would make of it, and hoped he would not be interviewed in this particular room. "You moved here recently," Detective Roberts said, and I nodded. He seemed to be in charge, and he asked most of the questions, while Detective Henderson scribbled furiously in a notepad. "Why did you move here?" I went over the whole story again, of how my ex-husband had arranged for me to rent the cottage and had paid the first 6 months' rent. I explained that, at the time, I had assumed this was on the advice of his lawyer, but found out later that he wanted me near his girlfriend Alison Turner, a maid at the boarding house, so she could poison me after poisoning her own husband. They exchanged glances throughout my story. Detective Henderson presently left the room and returned with 3 paper cups of coffee. He handed 1 cup to me. I sipped it. It was lukewarm and tasted like battery acid, so I set it aside with a grimace. "Have you ever tended the garden or fed the poultry?" Detective Roberts asked. "No. Are you sure?" This was the bit I didn't like about being questioned by the police, having to go over the same information again and again. I wondered if people ever confessed to crimes they didn't commit just to put a stop to the infernal round of repeated questions. "Yes," I said, somewhat tersely. "I'm sure. I think I'd remember if I did tend the garden or feed the poultry." "And did you ever prepare food at the boarding house?" I sighed. "Look, no. I didn't prepare food at the boarding house, weed the garden, or feed the chooks. Not ever, not once." "And why did you comment on the note affixed to the victim's body?" Detective Roberts leant forward, and even Detective Henderson stopped writing for a moment. I shrugged my shoulders. Why wouldn't I? I knew what it meant. No one else seemed to know. "Not many people would know what the note meant," Detective Roberts said. I was affronted by the suspicion in his voice. "Anyone who has studied philosophy would know," I pointed out. "And don't forget, the boarding house was full of philosophy professors, all of whom were about to attend a seminar on Socrates." "And you studied philosophy at university?" Detective Roberts continued. I said that I had, wondering where this line of questioning was going. "And were you ever taught by Martin Bosworth?" I shook my head. "No, I studied at Sydney University, not the local one. I only did philosophy for 1 semester anyway, so if Martin Bosworth ever came to Sydney University for a seminar, I knew nothing of it. I'd never met him before he became a boarder," I said for the umpteenth time. "Has Cressida Upthorpe ever mentioned him, or any of the other new boarders, as in having known any of them previously, before they were boarders?" I thought for a moment. "No, not as far as I can remember." The questions droned on and on. I felt like I had been in that small, suffocating room for an eternity. I was tired right down to my bones from the relentless questions that were being asked of me time and time again. I felt like I was a criminal. Finally, just as a headache was beginning to throb at my temples, they told me I could go. Detective Henderson escorted me to the waiting room and beckoned Cressida into the corridor. "Could you wait for me, Sibyl?" she called over her shoulder. "Sure," I said as she disappeared. Mr. Buttons looked up from polishing the front desk of the police station with a can of furniture polish. "What happened?" he asked. "You were in there for ages." I looked at Constable Andrews before answering. He held up his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I took the can of furniture polish from Mr. Buttons and led him back to the green plastic chairs against the wall. "They asked me the same thing over and over again. It was awful," I said when we had both taken our seats. Mr. Buttons leant closer to me. "I earlier drew a tarot card," he said, tapping his pocket, "and it was the Justice card reversed. That means someone will be falsely accused. Chapter 5. I was thumbing through my iPhone looking at Facebook when Cressida reappeared. Her interview had taken a long time. A wave of relief washed over me. Now I could finally leave the police station. I looked up as Cressida walked towards me, her heels clicking loudly on the hard tile. I jumped to my feet and met her halfway. "There you are. I was starting to worry that they'd booked you." My smile fell as I studied Cressida's face. "Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, Cressida. What happened? Are you okay?" Cressida quickly covered her mouth to stifle a sob. "Oh, I'm sorry," I said. "I've said the wrong thing." "It's not you. It's just—" Cressida pulled away and rummaged in her purse, producing a package of tissues. I took her by the shoulders as she tried to clean up, leading her towards the doors. Cressida burst into tears. "The poor man," she said through her sobs. "This was among the worst days of my life. I've had about as much as I can take." "Are you going to be okay?" I asked as we turned out onto the sidewalk. The sun was shining and people were going about their day. It seemed strange how the world carried on as normal when various individuals' lives were in turmoil. "Yes," Cressida nodded. She sniffled and wiped at her eyes, straightening her shoulders. "I'm sorry, Sibyl." "Don't apologize. Let's go and have coffee." "I don't know. I don't want to be out in public, but then again I don't want to go home if the police are still there. I can't go through this again, Sibyl. I just can't." Cressida dabbed at her eyes again before bursting into a fresh flood of tears. "My house is a crime scene. Again. Who's going to want to stay in a boarding house where tenants have been poisoned? I can't do this again." "Hey, everything's going to be okay." I patted her shoulder. "Come on, coffee will make you feel better." Cressida sighed in resignation. "Okay, let's go to the cafe that's down at the south end of town. Not so many locals go there. I don't want to talk to anyone." It only took us minutes to walk there. We nodded and said hello to 9 out of every 10 people along the street. It seemed to me that Cressida knew everyone. When I had arrived in Little Tatterford, I had been warned not to say anything against anyone in town, as everyone was related or had some friendship in common. It seemed the Bush Telegraph was working well too, as 3 people stopped us to ask Cressida about the police questioning her. When we finally reached the cafe, I guided Cressida to a quiet corner booth away from the main mob of people chatting away or frowning over their phones. Over in one corner was someone with a table covered with notebooks and folders, tapping away at a keyboard. It was all so normal. I thought again how easily the rest of the world carried on in oblivion when a crisis happened. The waitress came at once to take our orders. I indicated that Cressida should order first, but she raked both hands through her hair and doubled over in her seat. I was starving, so I ordered an iced mocha with plenty of whipped cream and a double espresso for Cressida. She looked like she needed one. As for food, I had no idea what Cressida wanted, so I went for the sugar option. 2 blueberry cheesecakes, please. The waitress scribbled the order on her notepad. "Ice cream or cream?" I nodded. "Yes." "Which one?" "Both, please," I said, raising my eyebrows. What kind of place was this? Neither of us spoke until the waitress returned. "Here we go," she said, making Cressida jump in her seat. I laughed. "Looks like I made a good call on the double shot of espresso. You were really zoned out." "They found it in the quail and the salad," Cressida said. I was puzzled. "What do you mean?" I spooned a large measure of cream from the top of the iced mocha and popped it into my mouth. "They found it in the quail," Cressida repeated. "The hemlock. It was in the quail." "I see. So someone injected the quail with hemlock." Cressida shook her head so hard that I feared her glasses would fly off.
No, and that's what makes it worse for me. The quail had been fed hemlock.
I set down my spoonful of blueberry cheesecake. But that makes no sense, Cressida. The quail would have died if they'd been poisoned by hemlock. Cressida leant forward.
That's just it. The detectives told me that quail aren't affected by hemlock. Have you ever heard of cotonism?
I had to admit that I hadn't.
Cotonism is the illness caused by eating quail that have fed on hemlock,
Cressida said.
See, there's even a medical term for it. The detectives knew all about it. I suppose that the forensics team had told them. If people eat quail that have fed on hemlock, the people get sick or die, but the quail are okay. Oh, well, apart from the fact that they have been eaten, of course. So they're not okay because they're dead, the poor things.
I was trying to wrap my head around this. But why is that worse for you?
Who has access to my quail, Sibyl? I'm the only one who feeds them.
Your quail are free range, Cressida. I wonder if hemlock grows wild. I tore my eyes away from the lashes of cream and reached for my iPhone. I'll Google it to see. Cressida shook her head.
It doesn't matter. It's worse than that. The salad I took to Martin Bosworth's room also had lots of hemlock leaves in it.
I gasped. But didn't you look at the salad, Cressida? Didn't you notice the hemlock?
I don't even know what hemlock looks like, Sibyl. Martin Bosworth always liked his salad soaked in lemon juice overnight, so I always had it pre-mixed for him. Anyone could have had access to it and slipped in the hemlock. It was a mixed salad, so there were different types of leaves. That's why I'm the main suspect.
I set down my spoon. Surely not.
Lord Farrington says that quail are nothing but trouble, Cressida said. I should have listened to him.
I didn't know what to say to that, so sipped my drink and listened to the bustle of the shop. I was glad to see that Cressida managed to eat some cheesecake. Feeling a little better? I asked, after I had fortified myself with sufficient whipped cream. Cressida nodded.
I feel a little less overwhelmed.
Her face was pale, a feat considering the layers of makeup, so I decided I should distract her. I've always meant to ask, what's the story with the boarding house?
My husband and I bought it together before he passed away.
Cressida took a sip of coffee.
He died of a heart attack the year before last.
I stirred my straw through my drink. So you wanted to keep the house, but found it was too big for one person living alone?
Not exactly. He'd run up a lot of debts while he was alive. Too many debts. I didn't even know about them.
I murmured my sympathy.
He didn't even have insurance policies, Cressida continued. Maybe things would have turned out differently had he been more honest with me about the whole thing. It was one of the darkest times of my life. One day, he and I were respected in the general community, invited to attend social functions and all that. The next thing I knew, I was alone, deep in debt, and all these so-called friends were busy and absent.
Oh, Cressida, that's awful. I reached across the table and patted her hand.
The job market was terrible at the time. I didn't have the skill sets needed to get back into the workforce.
So you turned the house into a business? I was impressed with her strength. Wow, that was really resourceful of you. Cressida shook her head.
I was desperate rather than clever. It had been a good life when I didn't know about the debts and secrets that my husband had been keeping. I'd sincerely thought we were going to make a happy life together. I never expected him to be taken from me like that. I always wonder if his money worries caused his heart attack. Would he still be here if there had been no secrets between us? Was there anything I could have done differently? Something I could have said?
I rubbed at the bridge of my nose and then fumbled through my purse to search for my aspirin. The headache was now in full swing, beating a dull, throbbing rhythm across my forehead. I was overwhelmed with sympathy for Cressida. You mustn't think like that.
Cressida simply shrugged. This murder, as sorry as I am for Martin Bosworth, I'm worried it will affect my income. What if I lose all my boarders? Her voice caught as she said it. Did you say boarders? I jumped and looked up into the face of one such boarder, Alec Steele. Hello, Alec, Cressida said without enthusiasm. May I join you? While I was thinking of a reason why he couldn't, he pulled out a chair and sat down, much to my dismay. Alec was one of the younger academic philosophers staying at Cressida's, and he had taken quite a liking to me. I hastened to add that it was not a mutual attraction. My mother used to say that you have to kiss a lot of toads to find your prince, which meant that there were more toads than princes. To me, Alec was about as toady as it got. Alec Steele didn't look all that bad in a physical sense. He was tall and athletically built, with short and well-kept hair, and he always wore obviously overpriced and freshly pressed collared shirts. It was his personality that was slimy. That's the first word that always came to mind. He had a way of looking at me that made me want to check for a wardrobe malfunction. He made no attempt to hide his attraction to me, nor did he hide the fact that I should be flattered and pleased at his attention. His favourite topic of conversation, apart from Socrates, was how his previous dates had not met his high standards. Cressida and I exchanged looks. Imagine that, he said, after ordering a prune juice of all things. Martin Bosworth, world-renowned Socratic scholar, murdered by hemlock. He rubbed his hands together with something akin to glee. It's all over town. It's hardly anything to smile about, I said. A man has been murdered. You shouldn't speak ill of the dead. Alex shrugged off my remark. That's just a social construct. No one liked him. He was highly unpopular. I mean, I'm only a visiting scholar, and I've already heard about that from just about everyone. Anyway, it'll throw the whole Socrates conference into confusion. Who will give his public lecture now? I hope it's on file so someone else can read it. The saving grace is that's only a simple paper, so the unlearned will be attending. He looked pointedly at me when he said that. I won't be attending, I said. Alec ignored me and pressed on. Yes, his paper is for the masses. It's on the reaction among contemporary Athenians to Socrates. Now, Plato represents the Pythagoreans as looking to Socrates as their most authoritative exponent, but... I cut him off. Oh, look at the time. Cressida, we must rush. I'm late for an appointment. With that, I ushered a relieved Cressida from the cafe. We had to catch a taxi back to the boarding house. I had agreed to have another coffee with Cressida, even though I was already buzzing horribly from caffeine overload. She was awfully distraught. As we walked from the parking area to the boarding house, we saw Colin Palmer in the lavender garden talking to David Bilderbeck, the gardener, who looked quite stressed. I suppressed a chuckle. Look, Cressida, Colin Palmer has that poor gardener cornered. I bet he's going on and on about Socrates to him. Colin Palmer's face was red, and he was waving his hands around. Who cares that Xenophon was banished from Athens in 399 BCE for having participated in Cyrus's expedition? He said in a loud voice. We only have Dio Chrysostom's word for that. Besides, Xenophon had plenty of opportunity to associate with Socrates before that date. The gardener bent lower over the lavender bushes, clearly not interested in Colin Palmer's words. Cressida waved to them, but Colin Palmer was too busy telling the gardener about Socrates, and the gardener was doing his best to get away. Poor David Bilderbeck, Cressida said to me in a stage whisper, as if he could care less about philosophy. I don't know why Colin is so intent on speaking to him about it. It's not like Colin to talk about academic matters to the public. We were met by Lord Farrington waddling down the pathway. Cressida picked him up and held him to her ear. "What's that you say?" Cressida turned to me. "Lord Farrington just said that David Bilderbeck knows more about Socrates than Colin Palmer does." "Now, Lord Farrington, that's not a very nice thing to say. There's no need to be catty." I could only shrug at that remark, while Lord Farrington ran off to chase a bee. Chapter 6. I swallowed hard, trying to think of an excuse. "Oh, well," I stammered. I felt my face turn beet red. Cressida beamed at me. "Come on, Sibyl, you'll have fun." "Oh, it's not that, it's just—" I sighed in defeat. "Oh, okay. What time?" "Hooray! It starts at 5:30. You should probably start getting ready now. Don't be late," Cressida decreed as she walked away. I sighed again and went back inside. Dinner at the boarding house with the philosophers. It sounded about as exciting as watching paint dry, only more pretentious. Still, I didn't want to leave Cressida or Mr. Buttons to face it alone. Plus, it was always hard to turn down free food. I did as Cressida suggested and started to get ready. I went out of my way to dress down, reasoning that Alec would probably be there. He was bad enough as it was, and while I'd like to avoid him entirely, I figured that would be impossible. Unfortunately for Cressida, I did arrive a little late. As rude as it sounded, I just wanted to arrive, eat, and then leave. I did want to help comfort Cressida, but figured there wasn't a whole lot I could do at such a public event. The only reason I came at all was because I felt bad saying no to her. I was greeted at the door by an older man. I guessed he was 60 at least, who smiled politely and extended his hand.
"Hello," he said firmly. "My name is Hubert Wellington Millicent von Chesterfield III."
I laughed and shook his hand. It didn't take long for me to realize he was serious, and that was actually his name. I cleared my throat and spoke. "Oh, sorry, just remembering a joke." I struggled to make eye contact. "My name's Sibyl. It's nice to meet you."
"Likewise."
He smiled again, apparently believing me.
"Are you one of us?"
I wasn't sure what to make of his question. This man was polite, but strange. Did he mean a philosopher? I figured the answer would be no, regardless of what he meant. "I'm afraid not. I'm mostly here to see Cressida."
"Ah,"
Hubert said, and it occurred to me that he seemed a little put out, almost as if he was suddenly less interested in talking to me.
"Well, enjoy your night,"
he said, with a pronounced lack of interest. He gave me a little wave and walked inside. I withheld a sigh, wondering if the rest of the night was going to be like this. I was cradling a relatively cheap bottle of wine, but I already wanted to down the entire thing rather than give it to Cressida like I'd planned. I thought about spending big on wine to cheer her up, but figured she wouldn't be drinking it for taste anyway. I stepped inside and wandered about, taking everything in. There were more people here than I'd expected, but I was happy enough to be able to blend into the crowd a little. If they weren't mostly all older, boring men, that is. It didn't take long to spot Cressida, who looked so out of place it was almost funny. "Hello, Cressida." I approached her and smiled, handing her the wine. Cressida smiled broadly at me.
"Oh, Sibyl, you didn't need to bring anything."
I took a moment to consider that her statement would carry more weight if she hadn't snatched the wine from me and begun to pour a glass. "How's everything going?" I asked earnestly. It seemed like everything was going well, despite being boring and uneventful, but I really just wanted to know how Cressida was holding up.
"Oh, I'm okay, Sibyl. I'm still quite shocked and upset about it all, but Lord Farrington cheered me up a little."
She downed the glass of wine and poured herself another one. I thought I should tell her to slow down a bit, but she spoke before I could.
"Would you like one, dear? I have some stronger stuff, too."
"Wine will be fine, thanks, Cressida." She poured me a drink in a new glass and handed it to me.
I decided I should drink it a bit more sensibly than she was, as much as I didn't want to do so.
I'd better get back to preparing everything. Find a seat and make yourself comfortable.
Cressida walked away. Do you need a hand with anything? I called after her. I was happy to help, but I mostly just wanted to avoid sitting with anyone here. Maybe that was rude of me, but it was just the mood I was in.
That's fine, dear. You have fun,
Cressida stated flatly and disappeared in the direction of the kitchen. I looked around the room and tried to take it all in, looking for a good place to sit where I could remain in relative quiet. I spotted Colin Palmer across the room, nodding at somebody. I followed his gaze to see Susan Woods nodding back at him before spotting me and hurrying away to another room. Colin took a seat casually. I didn't think too much of it at the time, deciding to take a seat next to Colin. He was 2 seats down from the edge of the table, and I figured that if I had to sit next to somebody boring, it might as well be somebody boring that I knew. I was more than a little worried that the rest of the people here would be like Hubert whatever III, the man who had met me at the door. Before I made it to my seat, I heard my name called out. I spun around. It was Mr. Buttons at the other side of the room, waving politely to me. I waved back and walked over to him.
"How are you, Sibyl?"
Mr. Buttons asked, polite as ever, but with a noticeable strain in his voice. I smiled. I'm fine, thanks. Are you okay? You seem a little stressed. Mr. Buttons looked away.
"Yes, well, I'm afraid that this many people are likely to cause quite a mess, you see."
He shuffled nervously from one foot to another and glanced around at the large gathering around us. I had to stifle a laugh. As much as I found his penchant for cleaning to be entertaining, I felt bad that it genuinely made him worry. I'm sure it'll be fine, really. I tried my best to sound reassuring. Everyone here is respected and professional. Nobody's going to do anything to cause a mess. I glanced at Alec out of the corner of my eye and realized what I said wasn't necessarily true, but hopefully Mr. Buttons hadn't caught on to that fact.
"Yes, you're right," he sighed. "Still, I can't help it. I do believe that I'll have a drink. Please excuse me, Sibyl."
He shot me a rigid smile and walked to the kitchen. I looked over at Colin and saw that he hadn't moved. I hurried over and sat next to him, greeting him politely. He shot me a well-mannered smile and glanced back to where Susan had been earlier. I wondered what she was up to, but didn't have time to think about it for long.
"Hello again,"
Mr. Buttons said as he sat down on the other side of me, holding a strange-coloured drink that I knew couldn't be good for him. Not physically, at least. He took a swig and winced. How are you holding up? I asked with genuine concern.
"Oh, yes, fine, thank you, Sibyl."
Mr. Buttons sounded genuine, but he was looking just to the side of me as he spoke. I considered that maybe this wasn't his first glass of the night.
"Just needed something to take my mind off it, I think."
He smiled again, this time without a hint of stress. I smiled back, but I was a little worried about his solution. To be honest, Mr. Buttons was strange enough when he was harnessing all the powers of sobriety. The party continued, and a few more latecomers arrived. Everyone eventually settled into a seat and got to chatting. Both Cressida and Alec sat across the table from me, to my relief and dismay, respectively. Alec kept trying to make small talk, which I ignored by striking up a conversation with Colin. I wasn't sure which was the lesser of two horrors, though. Colin had spent the better part of the last 2 hours talking to me about philosophy. I didn't understand enough even to pretend to make conversation with him, so I just occasionally nodded and tried to focus on eating my dinner. I did hesitate for a minute before eating anything, considering what had happened at previous boarding house meals. I eventually decided to try to make the conversation with Colin a little less boring by spinning it into something we could both discuss. He was halfway through explaining Immanuel Kant's belief that fundamental concepts of the human mind structure human experience when I cut him off with a question. Colin, I asked, who do you think the most boring philosopher is? Colin considered the question for a time.
Well, they're all enthralling, of course.
He thought a moment longer.
I suppose if I had to choose, I tend to find most post-Wittgenstein philosophers in the Anglo-American tradition to be slightly less exciting. This is, of course, owed to their unnecessary over-scholarization of the discipline.
He pondered a little longer. I sighed deeply and took a long sip of wine. I figured I might as well keep trying. Right, of course, I replied, although I hadn't the slightest clue what he meant. But is there anybody in particular that you find especially dull? Colin rubbed his chin.
Yes, I suppose there is. I find Heidegger to be a difficult read, if only because I find I have to read quite slowly to keep up with him. I couldn't tell you if this was because of his writing style or because his thoughts are simply beyond me.
Colin laughed as if he'd made a riotous joke, and I blinked furiously to stop my eyes from glazing over. Before I could reply, I felt something brush against my shoulder and instinctively leant back into my chair to avoid it. I quickly realized that Mr. Buttons was leaning over me to look directly into Colin's eyes. Colin looked back with what seemed to be a mixture of confusion and fear as Mr. Buttons reached up and wiped some food from the edge of Colin's mouth.
Ah, much better.
Mr. Buttons returned to his chair, satisfied, and continued eating. Colin didn't move for at least 2 straight minutes, and I didn't really know how to react to it either. I supposed that I should have taken in the fact that Mr. Buttons might have done something worse, though I wasn't really sure what it would have been. Colin seemed to be taking it relatively well, in any case. The rest of the night passed in peace. Too much peace, as I was bored out of my mind. It was certainly preferable to a murder, of course, but I wasn't sure that going to dinner had been the best decision. Both Mr. Buttons and Cressida had seemed to appreciate my presence, even if I hadn't spoken to Cressida much for most of the night. I wondered whether the recent excitement in my life had made this kind of event more boring than it would have been otherwise, then remembered Colin's various speeches on the nature of aesthetics and how they arise from a faculty of disinterested judgment, and considered that perhaps it was just a really boring night after all. When I got home, I went straight to bed. I'd had quite enough unexcitement for one night, and having a good sleep was exactly what I'd felt like doing for hours. Chapter 7. I was sitting in my tiny dining room. It wasn't a dining room as such, just a table with chairs around it against one end of my living room. Opposite me sat Mr. Buttons, who was fidgeting nervously. "Are you okay?" I asked him. He didn't look at me, but sat where he was, still fidgeting.
"Do you think it was Alison?"
Mr. Buttons asked, still avoiding eye contact. "Of course not," I replied. "She's still in custody, and she'd have no reason to come back and murder somebody she's never met. This murder was unrelated, though I'm not sure that makes it any better." I sighed as I said it. 2 murders in as many months had to be some kind of record, and it's one the boarding house probably wasn't interested in holding.
"I'm going to do a tarot reading,"
Mr. Buttons stated flatly. I wasn't sure it would make him feel any better, but it was worth a shot. He brought the cards out from his pocket, a standard Rider-Waite deck, and laid them flat down on the table after first scrubbing at it furiously with a white linen handkerchief. Despite the last few hours, the atmosphere in my house was quiet and relaxed, though I was beginning to feel quite nervous. Mr. Buttons spent some time shuffling the deck before cutting it. He lay 3 cards face down on the table in front of him, a normal 3-card spread. I was no expert on tarot, but I knew that 1 card represented the past, 1 represented the present, and the final card represented the future. Mr. Buttons flipped the first card over, a card which was to represent the past. The image on the card was of a man on a throne holding a sword in his right hand and scales in his left. It read, Justice. I looked up at Mr. Buttons. That's the card you drew the other day. You said someone would be falsely accused. Mr. Buttons grimaced.
Yes, and again the card is reversed. This is not looking good. While it can mean other things, it seems obvious what this card is referring to.
As he said this, he bent over and flipped the second card, representing the present. It was the Fool. It showed a man on a cliff holding a staff and a flower, with a dog looking up at him. Again, it was reversed.
The Fool often represents challenges, Mr. Buttons said, more to himself than to me. The Fool is in search of something. However, it can also be a warning that significant change is coming.
Mr. Buttons swallowed nervously and flipped the final card. The image was of a large burning tower being struck by lightning as people jumped from the windows. Fittingly, it was called the Tower. Mr. Buttons was staring at it intently. "What's wrong?" I asked. I knew it wasn't the best card to draw, and I'd seen him scared or nervous, but never this serious.
"This isn't a good card, Sibyl. Not now, at least. This card represents chaos, crisis, and ruin. I think somebody else is going to be murdered."
Mr. Buttons said this without looking away from the card. I remembered that this card also represented the future, so we had injustice, challenges, and another murder in the future. No, that was certainly not the best mix. "I'm sure it's nothing, Mr. Buttons," I said with fake enthusiasm. "Tarot cards can be interpreted differently. It's hardly proof that something bad is going to happen." He looked up at me and smiled. I could tell he was still worried, but I think it made him feel a little better.
"You're right, Sibyl, of course, but it doesn't exactly put my mind at ease. In case something does happen, though, who do you think it would be? The person doing it, mind you, not the victim."
He swallowed nervously again as he said it. "Well, it's clearly related to the philosophy club in some way," I said, thinking aloud. "Though I think it's too early to say, honestly. We just don't have enough clues or evidence. It could have been anyone, even somebody we've never met." I noticed Mr. Buttons didn't seem to be put at ease by my statement. "However, I don't think we're in any danger. Alison had a reason to try to hurt me, but what have we done to upset anybody else? Well, to the point of trying to murder us, I mean. I hardly think somebody's going to want to murder us because Sandy's barking at night or something." As if on cue, my big yellow Labrador Sandy came over and slobbered on the coffee table. Mr. Buttons snatched his cards to safety. Sandy ate more than I realized was possible. I fed her a normal, healthy amount of premium dog food and avoided too many treats, but she always found a way to eat something she shouldn't. Typical Labrador, I guess. I put Sandy out the back door into the garden room and returned to find Mr. Buttons with a fistful of disinfecting wipes and a bottle of disinfectant scrubbing my coffee table. He looked up when I re-entered the room.
"You're right again, Sibyl, but it isn't us I'm worried about. I've been around 2 murders now, which is far too many for any normal man to bear."
Mr. Buttons' voice trembled.
"I just want it to stop."
Before I could reply, I was rudely interrupted by a loud, screeching voice. "You're an idiot!" Mr. Buttons looked around wildly for the source of the insult. I sighed, stood up, and walked over to Max. I wiggled my finger at him, and he screeched, "One more wrinkle, and you'd pass for a prune!" My cockatoo Max was sweet-tempered, but no one enjoyed his company any more, thanks to my ex-husband teaching him to swear and insult people, I suppose as some kind of joke, while he had temporary custody. It made it that little bit harder for people to love Max, as is normal with anyone who insults you, I suppose. "Max, no! Don't insult people," I ordered. Ignoring me, he replied, "You stink," before releasing a torrent of words no polite company should hear. I turned to Mr. Buttons, whose face had flushed beet red, no doubt as a result of the improper words uttered by the cockatoo. "I'm sorry about Max. He's getting worse." I sighed loudly. "Now he's even imitating sounds and even whole sentences from TV. I have to be careful what shows I watch now." "Your ex-husband isn't a very nice person," Mr. Buttons said. I laughed bitterly. "You could say that. He did try to have me murdered, after all." Mr. Buttons threw the used wipes in the trash and then returned the spray bottle of disinfectant to my cupboard. He yawned and stretched. "Mr. Buttons, I'm going to bed, and you should do the same. Sitting here worrying isn't going to help, but a good night's rest just might." I smiled at him, and he smiled back. "Thank you, Sibyl. You're right. I'll see you in the morning." I showed Mr. Buttons out, and then walked back to my room with my hands over my ears, hoping Max's fresh torrent of words couldn't be heard up at the boarding house. Chapter 8. I awoke early with help from my alarm clock. I swatted at it and knocked it off the bedside table. The clock clattered to the floor and continued to ring in the most irritating way. I grumbled and rolled over onto my stomach, one arm hanging down, my fingertips trailing along the rug while I tried to find it. Finally, my fingers brushed against it, and I pulled it up, looking at it through half-open, blurry eyes while turning off the alarm. Why was I getting up so early again? Mr. Buttons. The British man had asked me to breakfast at this early hour. He often accompanied me on my walk with Sandy at 7 in the morning, but yesterday he had the bright idea that we should have breakfast at the boarding house first. I had accepted, with the bad judgment that being wide awake in the middle of the day brings. Now here I was at 6 in the morning, the sun barely over the horizon, and I had to go to eat breakfast up at the boarding house. I let Sandy outside, showered, and dressed quickly, and then pulled on some shoes before hurrying out the front door. The crisp air helped to wake me, and as I walked, I found myself happy to be going to breakfast after all. The rose garden flanking the pathway to the boarding house was full of all manner of scented Old English roses, along with native Australian brown boronia bushes with their bell-like flowers. These emitted the most delightful and incredibly strong lemon fragrance that reminded me of bubble gum. I kept up a quick pace, and I was at the boarding house before I knew it, now fully awake and desperate for my first cup of coffee. I stepped lightly up the front porch stairs and reached for the door handle. Before I could wrap my fingers around the brass handle, the door flew open. Someone rushed onto the porch, roughly pushed me aside, and sent me into a spin, all but knocking me over. I was so shocked that I was unable to take much in, only that the person was dressed in black and had a ski mask over their face. I reached for the walls, steadying myself against the door. The masked person was fast, running down the steps and off to the left, rushing for the trees there. For a moment I thought to run after whoever it was, but then common sense prevailed. My first thought was that there had been another murder, or at the very least a robbery, although the figure was holding nothing. I looked into the front hall of the boarding house. "Mr. Buttons?" There was no reply, so I ventured inside, afraid of what I might see. I hadn't got far before I saw the body at the bottom of the stairs. I rushed inside and left the front door hanging wide open. The figure was lying face up. I saw at once that it was Colin Palmer. His neck was bent at an odd angle, and one leg was bent as well. He was obviously dead. It could simply have been a fall, of course. Falling down a long staircase like the one in the front hall of the boarding house was certainly going to kill almost anyone. But there had been the masked figure. I reached into my pocket and then realized I'd left my mobile phone at home. I hurried to the phone in the front hall, an old-fashioned black thing with a coiled wire keeping the headset from traveling too far from the body. I called the police, and explained to Constable Andrews what had happened.
"My word!"
a voice called out, high-pitched and British. Mr. Buttons was part-way down the staircase, staring down at the body in horror. He pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket, and I was afraid he would dust the body. "We can't touch him. It's a crime scene," I said. Mr. Buttons paused, his handkerchief in mid-air.
"A crime scene? Surely he fell."
"I think he was pushed," I said. "When I got here a couple of minutes ago, a man or a woman pushed past me and ran out the door."
"Did you see who it was?"
I shook my head. "They were wearing a ski mask." Mr. Buttons gasped.
"Someone in a mask?" he said. "I'm starting to think I should leave Little Tatterford and move elsewhere."
"Me too." I helped a distressed Mr. Buttons to a chair in one corner of the room near the phone. He sat and laid his long hands together in his lap. I sat next to him, and we waited for the police to make their appearance. I wondered where everyone else was, but then I remembered it was still early in the morning, and everyone else in the house would still be asleep. I wondered if I should wake Cressida and tell her about the border. I shivered, and decided I would save a job like that for Blake himself. "Who would want to kill Colin Palmer?" I asked. Mr. Buttons shivered.
"Likely the same person who killed Martin Bosworth, but it was obviously someone who knew that Colin always came down for breakfast at 6:30 precisely."
"Who would know that?" Mr. Buttons crossed to the opposite wall to straighten up a painting. It must have been one of Cressida's efforts, as it depicted a cliff scene with a car caught in time halfway between the cliff top and the bottom of the cliff. People were falling out of the car and being separated from their limbs on the rocks. It was painted entirely in primary colours, bright blue, vivid red, and garish yellow. I put my sunglasses back over my eyes. Mr. Buttons stood back and put his head on one side, and then adjusted the painting one more time.
"Anyone here would know that. Me, Cressida, the boarders, anyone at all,"
he said before returning to his seat. I had left the front door open, and it seemed to take forever before Blake appeared through the doorway. "Where's the body? Who found the body?" he asked in quick succession, shooting me an accusing look. Mr. Buttons and I stood up. "It was a masked man," I said, and then I felt like an extra in an old episode of The Lone Ranger. Blake frowned at me for a moment, and then approached the body. He put his hand to his forehead and shook his head. Chapter 9. After Blake warned us to stay away from the body of Colin Palmer, he went up to the bedroom wing to rouse Cressida from her sleep. Mr. Buttons and I waited downstairs at the far side of the spacious entrance hall. Blake had no sooner reappeared on the top of the staircase than Cressida rushed past him. She ran down the stairs to the body.
"No!"
she cried, and she burst into racking sobs as she sank to the ground. I was surprised. I had no idea that Cressida was so attached to her boarders. Surely she hadn't known Colin Palmer very well. After all, he hadn't been at the boarding house for very long. Then it dawned on me. It wasn't so much Colin, it was simply that it had happened again. I fought the overwhelming urge to leave, but I had no option. I had to wait for Blake to take my statement. At least Blake allowed us to wait in the kitchen, where I drank some strong coffee. I had no stomach for food. Cressida was still distraught, and Mr. Buttons was trying in vain to comfort her. As soon as Constable Andrews arrived, Blake took us into the dining room one by one to take our statements. He had already marshalled the boarders into the library. I was the first to be questioned, no doubt by virtue of the fact that I had discovered the body. I walked into the large, dark dining room. The rising sun had done nothing to brighten the room. It was shining feebly through two small windows covered by ancient lace curtains that in turn were flanked by heavy silk brocade curtains. While the room was clean, Mr. Buttons had seen to that, there was the ever-present musty smell. I walked carefully past a large walnut credenza, on whose top was packed every manner of Victorian glass lustres, their lead crystal droplets reflecting pretty rainbow patterns on the otherwise drab, yellowing walls. The room was so full of furniture, covered with antique glassware, that one false move would prove a costly mistake. I saw that Lord Farringdon was fast asleep on a threadbare reclining chair in a corner, and I wondered idly why he didn't jump up on the furniture and knock over any of the antique glassware. I suppose there was simply no flat surface for him to land. I crossed to the long, polished cherry wood dining table and sat down. Blake took a seat opposite me. He grimaced as he did. No doubt his antique Victorian, mahogany, balloon-back chair was just as hard and uncomfortable as mine. I told Blake everything. I explained about the masked assailant and how I had found the body. "It wasn't one of the boarders," he said. "They're all present and accounted for. There is the possibility that whoever did it doubled back, but then they wouldn't have run out the door in the first place." I frowned, trying to follow his reasoning. "And you couldn't tell if it was a man or woman?" I shook my head. It all happened so fast. It wasn't as if I was expecting it. I just went to open the door, and then the figure rushed past me. "Did you see their eye colour?" I thought hard. "No, I'm sorry." I figured I was a terrible witness. Blake's only response was to shake his head sadly and to tell me that we all needed to go to the station with him to speak to the detectives. Duly dismissed, I went back to the kitchen to wait, while Blake questioned Mr. Buttons and then Cressida. I couldn't believe it was happening again. This was the third murder since I had arrived in Little Tatterford. As the three of us walked down the path, the forensics team arrived. They smiled and nodded to me. Things must be pretty bad when the forensics team knew me by sight. I sighed loudly. This was all becoming too much for me. The gardener arrived just as we headed for the parking area. Cressida broke the news, and the gardener was visibly shocked. Cressida told him to take the day off, and the three of us climbed into Blake's police car. Mr. Buttons rode beside Blake in the front, and Cressida and I sat in the back. No one spoke. The air was heavy and tense. I looked over to Cressida and caught her eye. I flashed the older woman a half-smile, but it was one Cressida did not return. I went back to staring at the back of Blake's head. Soon we were at the station, and once again I was escorted in, and the detectives were waiting for me. "You'll be first," Detective Roberts said, and he smiled a thin-lipped sort of smile as he held a door open to an interview room. I walked around and sat at the small table. It was cold, with metal legs and some sort of laminate top. It matched the dingy pale green walls. The two detectives sat across from me. "Did you want some coffee?" Roberts asked. I shook my head, remembering the coffee of the other day. "No, thanks." "Did you know Colin Palmer?" "No, not very well." There was a small digital recorder sitting on the table in between the detectives, and Roberts reached for it. "I forgot. So you mind if we record this?" I shook my head. "Did you know Colin Palmer?" Roberts asked again, this time leaning forward. "No, not very well." "Who was he to you?" "No one," I said, and at once realized that my words probably sounded harsh. He had only moved to the boarding house for the Socratic conference. I was at one philosophy club meeting with him. He seemed nice. "I understand," Roberts said, nodding. Detective Henderson scribbled away on his notepad. Roberts went on. "You saw someone leaving?" "They practically barreled over me," I said. I had just opened the door and someone came running out. "And what was he or she wearing?" "He was wearing all black and a mask." "It was a man?" Roberts asked. "Well, I don't know," I admitted. "I'm just saying he, but it might have been a woman." "What build was the masked person? How tall?" I tried to remember. It's hard to say because it all happened so quickly. He seemed skinny and tall. I stood up. "About so high?" I said, holding my hand a little above my head.
For the record, say it aloud, please, Miss Potts,
Roberts said. I felt silly. Oh, okay, sorry. A bit over 180 centimetres, so about 6 feet tall. The detectives exchanged glances, and that made me uneasy. Didn't they believe me? I didn't want to be seen as a suspect. Still, since I had moved to Little Tatterford, there had been 3 deaths in the nearby boarding house.
So, a masked man pushed Palmer down the steps and then ran past you just as you arrived?
Roberts asked. Yes, I said, wondering if he suspected me. Roberts threw a look at his partner.
You were the first one to touch the body?
No, I didn't touch the body, I said with horror. At least, I don't think I did. Detective Henderson stopped scribbling and looked up.
You must be getting used to crime scenes by now,
he said. Before I could respond, Roberts spoke again.
Do you have a suspicion as to what had happened to Mr. Palmer?
I figured he was pushed down the stairs. I would have thought he'd fallen down if it hadn't been for the person in the ski mask who ran out the door.
What were you doing at the boarding house so early?
I was going to have breakfast with Mr. Buttons before we took my dog for a walk.
Roberts nodded. Is this something you usually did?
No. Well, Mr. Buttons and I often walk my dog around 7 in the morning, but yesterday he suggested we have breakfast at the boarding house first.
So it was his idea?
I nodded, and then remembered the interview was being recorded. Yes. Roberts was silent for a moment, and then he turned to his partner.
Detective Henderson, do you have anything to add?
Henderson looked at me for a moment, and then shook his head. No. Roberts leaned forward again.
Now, Miss Potts, are you good friends with Cressida Upthorpe?
I frowned, wondering why he asked such a question. Yes, we're friends. Roberts leant back in the chair and put his hands behind his head. I wondered for a moment if his chair would topple backwards, and stifled a chuckle. I figured the stress was getting to me.
Miss Potts, do you realize the seriousness of covering for a friend, especially on a matter as serious as murder or manslaughter?
I was puzzled. I don't know what you mean. Roberts leant forward, and his old metal chair came to rest with a thud.
If someone has knowledge of a crime, and they do anything to hinder the arrest of the perpetrator, then they can be charged as an accessory after the fact.
But, I began, but Roberts cut me off.
So, if you knew that someone had pushed Colin Palmer down the stairs and withheld that information from us, that would be a criminal offence.
I've done no such thing, I said, standing up. I don't like being falsely accused. I told you that the masked man ran past me. I don't know who he was. Roberts merely pointed to my chair.
Sit down, Miss Potts. Do you understand what I've just told you?
I crossed my arms. Yes, but I'm not covering up anything for anyone, and I did see a person running away. Roberts and Henderson exchanged glances before Roberts turned back to me.
You may go now.
I stood up. I was furious and trembling. Did they suspect Cressida or Mr. Buttons? They didn't seem to believe that I had seen a person running from the scene. I walked back to the waiting room, where I saw Cressida and Mr. Buttons sitting in 2 green plastic chairs with metal legs that curved down underneath them. Henderson had followed me out, and he called to Cressida.
We'll speak to you now, Mrs. Upthorpe, he said.
Are you okay, Sibyl?
Mr. Buttons asked me once Cressida had vanished through the door. I'm all right, I said. This is all just... I didn't know what to say, so let the sentence trail away. Mr. Buttons spoke up, keeping the thought from derailing completely. Rather tiring, Mr. Buttons said. I agreed and was about to say more when Blake appeared. Mr. Buttons, the detectives want you to wait in an interview room for your turn to be interviewed. Constable Andrews will take you there. As soon as both Mr. Buttons and Constable Andrews had disappeared through the door, I stood up. Blake, What's going on?" He shook his head. "Are you waiting here for Cressida?" I wondered why he hadn't added, "and Mr. Buttons." I could tell something was wrong, but I didn't know what, and I figured he wouldn't tell me. "Yes, I am." "That's a good idea. I've sent Constable Andrews for coffee, and he's bringing one back for you too." I was struck by his thoughtfulness and thanked him. About an hour after I had finished sipping my latte, the door opened again, and Cressida was escorted out. Her face was beet red, and she looked for all the world like she had been crying. Long black streaks of mascara made their way in rivulets down the thick powder on both her cheeks. "Cressida, are you all right?" She nodded and then hitched the strap of her purse further onto her shoulder.
"I want to get out of here,"
she said wildly. Chapter 10. Cressida and I left the police station and set off at a brisk walk, heading a few blocks downtown in tense, simmering silence. Cressida was in the lead, and when she turned and entered a small cafe, I followed her. We sat at a small, circular table with 3 chairs around it, dumping our coats and purses on the 3rd chair. I hadn't been in this cafe before. It was light, bright, and airy, and the walls were filled with signs, affirmations stenciled on whitewashed boards, such as, "Today is your lucky day," "You are joyful every day," "When life gives you showers, dance in the rain." I found it all too cheerful and irritating. I wasn't in the mood for nice. A waitress came by, and we both ordered coffee.
"They think I did it,"
Cressida said as soon as the waitress was out of earshot.
"They what?"
I said.
"They think I did it."
Her voice broke.
"Martin Bosworth and Colin Palmer."
I shook my head. I had been concerned that the detectives suspected Cressida, given their lecture about not protecting a friend. "Why did they think it was you?"
"Well,"
Cressida said, but then she stopped as the waitress returned and set our overfull mugs on the table. Coffee slopped out of them, and the waitress wiped the table and apologized. As soon as the waitress left, Cressida continued,
"I used to date Colin Palmer,"
she said in an exaggerated whisper that was almost as loud as her speaking voice.
"What?"
My voice, too, came out as a shriek, and I noticed that some of the patrons shot us sidelong glances.
"We dated years ago, before I was married,"
Cressida continued in her stage whisper. I put 3 spoons of sugar in my latte and stirred well. The whole situation was going downhill rapidly. "Did you tell the police that you knew him from before?"
"No, not until just now. They knew it already and asked me about my prior relationship with him. I know I should have told them."
"Cressida, he was murdered. You should have said something before they came to you with the information," I said, doing my best not to sound accusatory. Cressida turned an even deeper shade of red than her blusher.
"I was embarrassed that I had, dated him without the benefit of marriage. A lady doesn't reveal such dalliances from her past. I simply cannot see why the detectives didn't understand that. These modern men."
She shook her head in disgust. I had no idea what to say to that, so I added another spoonful of sugar to my coffee. Cressida was still talking.
"They said I had the means. I was the one who prepared the meals for Martin Bosworth. I was the one who looked after the poisoned quail. I had known Colin Palmer when I was a young woman. They said that he might have upset me and I was awaiting my chance."
I shook my head. "What motive did they think you had for Martin Bosworth?"
"They don't know, and that's why they haven't arrested me. Yet, I guess. They told me to get a lawyer."
"Shouldn't you have found a lawyer before you spoke to them?" Cressida shrugged.
"They suggested I should get a lawyer, but I have nothing to hide."
I sighed.
"Cressida, my divorce lawyer is always saying the law has nothing to do with justice.
Please, promise me you'll call a lawyer today."
"I will."
Cressida wrung her hands. She opened her mouth to say more, but Mr. Buttons arrived. "This is the third cafe I've tried," he said. "I've looked for the two of you everywhere." His face was flushed, and his hands appeared to be trembling. Cressida and I hurried to remove our coats and purses from the seat so he could sit down. He collapsed into the chair. "That was awful." I signalled the waitress and ordered a pot of English breakfast tea for Mr. Buttons. "What did they ask you?" He didn't speak for a while, and his face turned from a deep red to a sickly shade of white. After a minute, Cressida spoke.
"It's all right. I know they suspect me."
Mr. Buttons was visibly shaken.
"They kept questioning me about you. They said that if I withheld information that would implicate you, I'd be charged with being an accessory after the fact."
"The trouble is, I'm their only suspect,"
Cressida said.
Mr. Buttons brightened a little. "They have all the boarders at the police station now. They're about to question them. And I overheard one of them telling Blake that they'll be questioning the whole philosophy department at the university. Perhaps they'll turn up another suspect."
I was relieved. "That's great. That means that the cops will soon find the real murderer."
"I'm not so sure. They didn't listen to me."
Cressida shook her head.
"They seem to have their minds made up that it's me."
Mr. Buttons and I looked at each other. "But surely Blake knows you didn't do it," I said. Both Cressida and Mr. Buttons shook their heads.
"Blake would know," Cressida said with a catch in her voice. "But those detectives, well, I think they just want to pin the murders on me and then get out of Little Tatterford and back to the city as fast as they can."
"Cressida's right," Mr. Buttons said. "Blake will have no say in it. He's just the local cop, and he'll have no influence whatsoever over the detectives."
I rubbed my forehead in dismay. Things looked bad for Cressida.
"There's only one thing to do," Mr. Buttons said. "The three of us will have to solve the murders. Blake confided in me that those detectives are none too bright."
I had a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. "I suppose you're right, but I don't like it." Cressida took a pen from her purse and opened up a paper napkin.
"Okay, we need a list of suspects. We know it wasn't us, so anyone else is fair game."
I nodded. "Well, there's the new cleaner, Susan." Cressida shook her head vehemently.
No, Susan is not a suspect. Lord Farrington sat in on the interviews and he selected her."
Mr. Buttons and I exchanged glances. Mr. Buttons picked up the chrome salt shaker and proceeded to polish it with a paper napkin, so I figured I should say something. "Well, all the boarders have to be the main suspects, of course. And then there's the philosophy staff up at the university, and the new gardener. Anyone else?" Cressida and Mr. Buttons shook their heads.
"I can't think of anyone else,"
Cressida said, scribbling on the napkin.
"It has to be someone we've already mentioned."
She pulled a face and scrunched up the napkin.
"This is no good at all. I'm just going to have to paint the house."
Mr. Buttons leant over to me.
"When Cressida gets upset, she paints something or engages in comfort buying," he said in a low tone. "She becomes a little strange."
"I'm right here. I can hear you, Mr. Buttons," Cressida snapped. "And I didn't mean I would paint oils on canvas. I meant paint the house itself."
"The house itself?" Mr. Buttons exclaimed in horror. "People might not pay to board at a house painted in primary colours."
I held my breath, supposing that Cressida would be highly offended by that remark, but she appeared to take it well.
"I can't afford to paint the outside of the house. I thought I'd start small with one of the inside rooms. Now that there have been so many philosophy professors boarding and paying a good rate, I can finally afford some repairs around the house."
"Shouldn't you have the pipes fixed first?" Mr. Buttons suggested gently. "The pipes make a horrible hammering sound every time water is turned on."
Cressida pursed her lips.
"I don't like to use the local plumbers because I've been told they're too expensive."
Mr. Buttons looked exasperated.
Well then, Cressida, don't use them. Cressida pouted. But I don't know of any other plumbers. Mr. Buttons mumbled something to himself. I think he said, "Oh, no, not again." But I couldn't be sure. To Cressida he said, "Who told you they were too expensive?" "No one." I stared at Cressida in disbelief. Hadn't she just said someone told her that the local plumbers were too expensive? Mr. Button's words echoed my thoughts. "Cressida, you just said that someone told you they were too expensive." I could tell Mr. Button's frustration was growing by the second. "Yes," Cressida said. I thought I had better chip in. Mr. Button's face was turning redder. "Cressida, who told you they were too expensive?" "The painters." "I see," I said. "And can they recommend any plumbers?" Cressida shook her head. "No." I looked at Mr. Buttons, but his face was swelling up like a cane toad. I thought it prudent to leave. "Perhaps we should head back now." "You two go on without me," Mr. Buttons said through clenched teeth. "I have a few things to do." The taxi stopped outside my cottage on the way to the boarding house, and Cressida got out too. "May I come in, please, Sibyl? I don't want to be alone right now." "Sure." I was a little concerned about Cressida. Being the detective's main suspect was obviously stressing her no end. I was wondering how to cheer her up when I threw the front door open and caught sight of the destruction in front of me. The old leather sofa hadn't been in good shape, but at least it used to have a shape. Now what was left of it was lying in pieces all over the floor. 2 of the cushions were ripped to shreds. The culprit was lying in the middle of all the mess. Chapter 11. "How could you, Sandy?" I said in despair. Sandy just wagged her tail and spat out a piece of foam. She was completely unrepentant and didn't look the slightest bit guilty. My first thought was that I had rented the cottage furnished. "Oh, Cressida, I'm so sorry. I'll replace the sofa, of course." Before Cressida could reply, I saw my one good pair of heels chewed into tiny pieces. I tried not to cry. These had been highly expensive. They also had great sentimental value for me, as they were all I had managed to buy with my then-husband's credit card in the very short space of time from when I found out he was having affairs to when he had cancelled the credit card. I ran into my bedroom, but everything in there was intact. However, the closet door was slightly open, revealing where Sandy had selected the precious shoes she had wanted to destroy. I hurried back out of the bedroom, worried about Cressida's possible reaction to my Labrador eating her furniture. To my surprise, she was smiling. "You know what we need, Sibyl? Retail therapy. Let's go and buy a new couch." I did some mental addition. "Could we go next month, Cressida? I don't think I could afford a couch right now." Cressida, still smiling, took me by the arm. "Put your naughty dog in the yard, and then we'll go shopping. I'll buy a new couch." I made to protest, but she waved a hand at me. "I insist. It will cheer me up. Let's go at once." "What, now?" I was exhausted. All I wanted to do was to lie down and take a nap. Still, Cressida would not take no for an answer, and soon hustled me up to the boarding house, where she refreshed her makeup, as she put it. I had all but drifted off to sleep on the elaborately brocaded Victorian-period chaise longue in the entrance hall, when Cressida reappeared, a fresh coat of makeup on her face. She had chosen a combination of bright blue and sparkling gold eyeshadow and had drawn on a thick line of eyeliner which extended from the side of her eyes like old film versions of Cleopatra. She had drawn in her eyebrows with, I suspected, a black marker pen more suited to drawing on whiteboards. Bright red lipstick and matching bright red blush completed the picture. "I tried to disguise the fact that I've been crying," Cressida said, gesturing to her face. "Do you think I've put on enough makeup?" "Yes,"
I said emphatically. I followed Cressida to her car, and she drove us all the way to Farmydale, where she parked outside a paint store.
"I'll just buy some paint before we buy your couch, Sibyl,"
she said, hurrying into the store. Cressida wasted no time consulting the colour cards. She held up a bright red sample next to a navy blue sample.
"What do you think, Sibyl? I'll start with the dining room. It could do with some brightening up. I was thinking of having a feature wall. So how about hot Bombay red for the feature wall and the other walls in blue night sky?"
Cressida, I think the idea of a feature wall is that you have one wall as a feature and the other walls in a neutral colour. Cressida laughed.
"Oh, you're so funny, Sibyl. Such a sense of humour. But seriously, do you think the dark blue is too much with the red?"
I nodded. Yes, I do. Cressida looked through the colour samples again and then held up a lime green one.
"Here you are, fluoro lime. That would be a better contrast, wouldn't it?"
"Yes," I said. I had given up. I shuddered to think how the dining room would look with one wall painted bright red and the other walls lime green. Cressida bought several tins of paint, and the assistant carried out the paint cans and put them in the trunk. At least the shopping spree had, by all appearances, cheered up Cressida.
"Now we must replace those dingy old curtains in the dining room."
"Yes, faded yellowing lace won't go with bright red and lime green walls," I said, seriously considering the fact that Cressida might be colourblind.
"Exactly,"
Cressida said cheerfully. I was worried what she would choose. Nevertheless, when we reached the store, I was comforted by the fact that there were some lovely blinds and curtains there in every pattern and design. Surely Cressida couldn't go wrong in this store. Cressida stopped in front of a display that read, "New colourful block-out eyelet curtains."
"Oh, Sibyl, aren't these simply lovely?"
With some relief, I agreed that they were. There were 5 curtains hanging in a row, each in a different colour: gold, pink, green, blue, and black. "Which colour do you like, Cressida?" Cressida looked at me as if I were mad.
"What do you mean, Sibyl? You're supposed to buy the 5 of them and hang them together."
I decided to hold my tongue. I had always thought the dining room was drab, but now I realised that there were some things immeasurably worse than drab. Cressida bought 1 pair of each coloured curtain, refusing the help of the store assistant.
"I know,"
she exclaimed once she had paid for her purchases.
"We should buy some flowers for the garden, since we're out anyway. We'll buy the sofa, but we'll go to the plant nursery first."
I didn't know how much Cressida knew about flowers, given the fact that she had allowed Mr. Buttons in her garden, but she seemed so excited that I didn't want to point out that David Bilderbeck perhaps should be the one to select the plants. She pulled into one of the large nurseries on the edge of Farmydale. "Aren't you going to a native plant nursery?" I asked her.
"No, of course not, Sibyl. What do I want bottle brushes and all those other Australian plants for when I can get pretty European plants like tulips and roses and—"
Her voice trailed away. I figured she was trying to think of names of European plants, but was unable to think of any. Still, it was her garden, and she was excited to buy plants for it, even if she didn't know their names. We walked inside the entrance, which was actually a gift store. It had beautiful brass bells, ceramic bird baths and feeders, as well as pretty wind chimes. I tried to linger, but Cressida grabbed my arm and dragged me outside. The air was filled with the heady scent of dozens of beautiful roses in bloom, but Cressida led me away from that section and over to a section with brightly coloured flowers. She bent over the flowers and peered at the labels.
"Isn't this pretty, Sibyl?" she said. "A bird of paradise plant. And look at these gorgeous torch gingers. What magnificent deep pink."
I scratched my head. "Cressida, aren't these tropical plants? Will they grow in this climate?" I had come from Sydney, a coastal area where tropical plants would grow nicely, but little Tatterford was in the mountainous inland area of Australia where the frosts were so bad that they often froze and broke water pipes. Not that I'd lived through such a frost yet,
but I'd heard all sorts of stories from the locals, who were always keen to tell dread winter stories to coastal city slickers. Cressida waved my concerns away, but an elderly lady must have overheard our conversation because she stepped out from under a particularly large rhododendron to address us.
"No, those plants can't survive in this climate," she said. "You should go to the hardware store in Little Tatterford. I don't live in these parts, but I know for a fact that the hardware store only sells plants that actually grow in this climate, unlike this plant nursery. They have no right selling tropical plants here. It's just ridiculous."
"I come from Little Tatterford," Cressida said with delight. I left the two women in happy conversation and walked down to the other end of the large area to look at the terracotta pots for the potted plants. I myself wasn't much of a gardener, but I did love to look at pretty plants, and more than anything I enjoyed the scent. I soon found my way to the native plant section and was admiring the bright colours when I was accosted by a salesperson.
"The Australian native plants are lovely, aren't they?" she exclaimed with an overabundance of enthusiasm. I had to agree. They really are beautiful colours. She nodded. "Yes, that's because they need to attract bees and other bugs to pollinate them. It's a survival mechanism. Which ones are you interested in buying? See this native coria plant with its magnificent scarlet bell shape ending in lime green? How many would you like to buy?"
I shook my head. "I'm just here with a friend," I said. The salesperson at once lost interest and headed for the nearest prospective buyer, while in turn I looked at Cressida, who was heading for me. She insisted that we go to the pet stores so she could buy a rawhide bone for Sandy. By now, I had decided to do whatever Cressida wanted. I had been to the sole pet store in Farmerdale before and had left some of my pet grooming business cards there. We had just walked in the door when we met Blake walking out, carrying a large bag of dog food. Cressida turned and winked at me, much to my embarrassment.
"We're here to buy Sandy a rawhide bone," Cressida told him, "in the hopes that it will stop her eating furniture and shoes."
Blake adjusted his grip on the dog food. "Is she bored? Usually dogs chew up stuff when they're bored, but you walk her every morning, don't you?"
"Yes, I do," I said, "but she's a Labrador and only young. I've heard that Labradors never grow up."
Blake nodded. "You know, you should take her to dog training classes. It's Saturday tomorrow, so there's one on at 9 in Little Tatterford. They have a class for beginners."
"Wouldn't it be too late to sign up now?" I asked.
"No, for the beginner class anyone can join in at any time, and then you can register for the ongoing classes, which are more structured, later. It's done my dog a lot of good. He was quite badly mannered when I got him from the shelter last year."
"Okay, I will. That's a good idea. Thanks, Blake."
Blake smiled. "I'll see you there." He must have gone only 2 steps from me when Cressida announced loudly,
"Blake likes you, Sibyl."
I was mortified.
"Shush, Cressida, he'll hear you." "He won't know what we're talking about," she said even more loudly.
I cringed and turned my attention to the rows and rows of goldfish in glass tanks and waited for my face to stop burning.
"What type of dog do you think Blake has, Sibyl?"
I turned around. "A large dog, maybe a Rottweiler or a German Shepherd. What do you think?" Cressida rubbed her chin.
"I was thinking more like a pit bull. Anyway, you'll find out tomorrow when you meet him at Little Tatterford dog training."
She winked at me, and I rolled my eyes. After we had bought rawhide bones for Sandy, and Cressida had told the store assistant the lengthy tale of my naughty dog, we headed for the furniture store. I saw plenty of sofas I liked, but Cressida found fault with all of them.
"They're all too plain," she said. "I really don't like any of them, do you?"
"I actually do like most of them." Cressida did not agree.
"They're all too boring, Sibyl. I know another store we can try."
The other store was next door,
and to my dismay it was an antique store. I had already figured that Sandy could not be left inside in the house on her own. But even so, I did not want to risk her chewing the leg or the upholstery of a valuable antique. Cressida, on the other hand, had not seemed to consider the drawbacks of putting an antique sofa in my cottage. She clasped her hands in delight over a Victorian red mohair chaise and a salmon-pink mahogany settee. All of a sudden she slapped herself on the side of the head.
Silly me! I know what to do, Sibyl. I'll lend you the couch from the dining room, since I'm painting the room anyway, and it'll clash with my colour scheme. That will help us both out. I'll ask 2 of the boarders to carry it to your cottage tomorrow.
I thanked Cressida, thinking that my throw would cover a multitude of sins. The sofa in the dining room was from the early 1800s and was upholstered in the most unusual shade of orange I have ever seen. The wood was walnut and had grapes and roses carved into it. It was not the slightest bit comfortable and was rather an imposing piece. Still, that's what I got for owning a furniture-eating dog. We were about to leave when Cressida exchanged greetings with a lady who had just entered the store. I recognized her as the owner of one of the cafes in Little Tatterford. They chatted for a while about the lack of rain, so I wandered off to look at the antiques. When I finally walked back to Cressida, I heard the lady saying,
I didn't know your cleaner had such an interest in weeds.
What do you mean?
The other week, I saw her out on Gostwick Road picking armfuls of the hemlock that was growing wild on the side of the road. I thought she must be studying botany at the university.
No, she isn't. Not as far as I know,
Cressida said, shooting me a significant look. As soon as we were out of the store, Cressida turned to me.
What do you think of that? Quick, get in the car.
By the time I was in the car, Cressida had already called the detectives.
Constable Andrews has gone to fetch Detective Henderson,
she said to me. After a moment, she spoke again.
Hello, Detective. It's Cressida Upthorpe. Sibyl and I are in Farmerdale, and we just happened to meet Janine Templeton, who owns the Top Hill Cafe in Little Tatterford. She told us that she saw my cleaner, Susan Woods, gathering hemlock the other week, where it grows wild on Gostwick Road.
Cressida listened and then said,
Okay, goodbye.
What did he say? She shrugged.
He just said, thank you, we'll be in touch.
I bit my lip. That doesn't sound good, but I suppose the police always say that when handed evidence. Surely those 2 detectives would have to consider it seriously. Are you excited, Cressida? This means you're no longer the main suspect. I looked at Cressida, but she was hunched over the steering wheel.
No, Sibyl, it can't be Susan. I just remembered something.
My heart sank. What?
Lord Farrington selected her for the cleaning position. He's a good judge of character.
I raised my eyebrows, but managed to keep my opinions to myself. Chapter 12.
But it'll be gay,
Cressida announced, much to my surprise.
Cressida, I don't even know who or what Thunderbolt is.
You telling me that he's gay isn't enough to persuade me to go to a parade in his honour, I admitted, shrugging.
Oh, well, he's not gay right now. He's dead,
Cressida said thoughtfully, if a bit too bluntly.
But the parade itself is gay. You'll enjoy it.
I didn't really know what to make of that comment, so I let it slide. A gay parade for a since-deceased man named Thunderbolt. This was not only bizarre, but it seemed a bit too open-minded for what I had thought was a conservative town full of spotlighters, people who hunt at night with guns by spotlights, and hunting pig dog owners. Yes, I know Australia has stringent gun laws, but every resident in town was packing heat. This was out in the country, after all. Almost every day I heard a tale of how some elderly woman in Little Tatterford had shot a snake in her yard. Still, maybe I'd misjudged the views of the people living here. So it's a bit like Mardi Gras? I asked, hoping to get some clarification on the whole ordeal. I've never eaten that, but I don't think so, Cressida replied, to which I sighed deeply. I figured I should try to get some more details before she inevitably found a way to make me go. Cressida, I asked, who exactly was Thunderbolt? Oh, he was a career criminal, a bushranger. Cressida acted as though this were the most normal thing in the world. Captain Thunderbolt. His real name was Frank Ward. Why, he's famous in these parts. Haven't you seen his big bronze statue in town? You can't miss it. They even have his gun at the local museum. He was the longest-running bushranger ever in Australia, she added with great pride. I'd heard of Ned Kelly, of course, but I wasn't aware that there was a celebrated gay bushranger. I decided to press Cressida for more information. And he was gay? I couldn't wrap my head around it. Not that it mattered to me if he was, but it seemed strange that I'd never heard of it until now. Well, not always, of course. Nobody can be gay all the time. Cressida said this in the most nonchalant tone imaginable. I had no idea how to react, but she continued. He wouldn't have been gay while he was dying, for example. I was at a total loss as to how she'd reached that conclusion and decided to drop the topic altogether. But before I could get a word in, Cressida confused me even more. He seemed to be at his gayest while robbing people. She nodded as she spoke, as if it were an obvious truth. I stammered. Does that not strike you as a little strange? It wasn't a question I typically asked Cressida, but I was especially confused this time. Of course it does. I couldn't possibly imagine being gay while robbing people, she explained. At least we agree on something, I suppose, I said, sighing again. So what exactly happens at the festival? Oh, not too much, but it's a big event for a small town like this. There are a few stalls set up selling paraphernalia and such. Nothing too exciting, mind you, but it's mostly about the parade itself. The highway is blocked off while the locals ride horses and celebrate Thunderbolt. The highway is blocked off for the parade? I asked, astonished. Doesn't that strike you as inconvenient? Dangerous, even? Cressida looked a bit put out when I asked. I suppose it is. A little. It's worth it, though. Thunderbolt is a legend around here. She nodded so hard that her glasses fell off, but it didn't do much to change my mind on the matter. So it's just a parade, and we'll watch from the footpath? I asked, less than excited. Yes, exactly. It's a nice hot day, too, so wear something light. Cressida was acting as though I'd already agreed to come. Isn't that a little... I struggled to think of a word that didn't sound rude, but failed. Awful? I mean, it sounds like we'll just be looking at people riding horses in the heat. But it'll be gay, Cressida pleaded, and for a moment I was hit with a strong sense of déjà vu. I decided just to give up and get it over with. All right, I'll come along. Only because it's gay, though, but I'm not sure why you keep bringing that up. Oh, don't be like that, Sibyl. Everybody enjoys a gay day out. I'll meet you there. Cressida happily marched out the door and left me more confused than ever. Either the stress of recent events was really getting to her, or I didn't know Cressida nearly as well as I thought I did. I decided to dress as normally as I possibly could. I had no idea what to make of this parade, but the last thing I wanted was to wear something extravagant and turn up to a completely normal event. What Cressida had tried to explain sounded less than normal, but being underdressed seemed somehow safer than being overdressed, at least in this case. I headed out the door and was on my way. When I arrived, I was shocked to see how many people had turned up for the event, and to think I'd always thought that many Aussie farmers were homophobic. Just goes to show how wrong assumptions can be. It took me a good 10 minutes to find a parking spot, which was very unusual in this area. I decided that it would be impossible to find Cressida amidst the crowds and called her phone, eventually managing to explain where I'd parked. I waited several minutes before she appeared from the crowd, beaming from ear to ear. Hi, Cressida. Having fun? I asked. Oh, it's great. I look forward to this every year. Cressida was still beaming. Have you seen much of the parade yet?" She had turned to look at the street and spoke with her back to me. I'd only seen people do that in movies, and it occurred to me how unnatural it was in real life. Cressida must really like this parade. "No, I called you as soon as I arrived, and I've been waiting right here ever since," I admitted, feeling a little foolish for not seeing what all the commotion was about. "I know you didn't say it was like Mardi Gras, but I still sort of expected something like that. This just looks like any old small-town parade." I motioned to the street as I said it. Cressida looked at me blankly in response. "Well, yes, it is," she said unhelpfully. "We're celebrating Thunderbolt. What did you expect, exactly?" I had to admit that it was a good question. I supposed it was unfair of me to expect anything special just because the man had been a famous gay bushranger. Still, I expected some sort of recognition of that, considering how unusual it must have been back in the 1800s. I simply shrugged at Cressida in response. "Oh well, no helping that. Let's go get a closer look," she exclaimed, grabbing my hand and leading me into the crowd of onlookers. It amazed me that Cressida could move so quickly or push her way through a crowd so forcefully. We eventually arrived at the edge of the street, leaving a large crowd of angry bystanders behind us, gingerly rubbing their arms that Cressida had bruised while pushing her way past them. She was practically giddy with excitement, though I couldn't exactly empathize. The parade was certainly much larger than I'd expected. There was a long line of farmers, mounted on top of stock horses, wearing nothing but ordinary everyday farm clothes. They all looked like traditional Australian stockmen and women. While I'd been able to see that it wasn't an extravagant affair from where I'd parked, I didn't realize exactly how casual it was until now. This didn't strike me as anything but perhaps the celebration of casual Fridays, and maybe horses. There was a more impressive man leading the parade from the front. He was mounted on the tallest and most imposing horse, and what he was wearing certainly couldn't be defined as casual or normal. He was wearing a modern Akubra hat, along with what I assumed were supposed to be representations of clothes from an earlier time period. Despite this, he was also wearing a gaudy, fluorescent yellow waistcoat, along with very shiny, new, knee-length riding boots, rather than any kind of traditional boot. I surmised that this man was probably meant to represent Captain Thunderbolt himself. I looked at Cressida. She was staring admiringly at the lead man, which confirmed my suspicions. We stood in the crowd and watched the horses pass by slowly. It was an impressive display, after all, though I couldn't help but wonder why there was so much celebration over this historical figure. I considered that it would be worth learning more local history. Cressida and I watched the parade for several more minutes in peace before I noticed them. I could just make out their faces in the reflection of a shop window across the street, but once I'd noticed it, they were unmistakable. Detectives Henderson and Roberts were standing almost directly behind us, no doubt to keep an eye on Cressida. I wasn't sure how to react. On the one hand, I felt as though Cressida should know that they were watching, but on the other hand, there wasn't really anything I'd be able to do about it, and knowing they were there could very well just ruin Cressida's day. She was having such a good time, too. I struggled to make a decision for a minute, but eventually decided just to confront them myself. "I'll be right back. Have fun," I said to Cressida, though she barely seemed to register it. I pushed back into the crowd until I was face to face with the detectives. "Hello, detectives," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. "Oh, hello, Miss Potts," Detective Roberts said with a broad smile, and then cleared his throat as Detective Henderson shot him a look. "Are you enjoying the parade?" "Oh, come on," I said, barely hiding the anger in my voice. "Are you following Cressida? What, do you think she's going to ambush the mail with Thunderbolt?" Neither detective reacted to my question. "Miss Potts," Roberts said, "we're here for the festival, like everybody else." I sighed loudly. It was very hard to believe that the police assigned to the case would happen to show up to the parade and happen to stand directly behind us. especially given how suspicious of Cressida they were.
"Just please don't let her see you," I pleaded. "She really seems to be enjoying herself. She won't stop talking about how gay Thunderbolt is. I've had to listen to her all morning." Both detectives raised an eyebrow when I mentioned it.
"Gay?" Henderson asked. "Thunderbolt?"
"Well, yes, I thought that must have been common knowledge that I was missing out on. After seeing his outfit, I suppose I'm not as surprised," I admitted.
"I don't think Thunderbolt was gay, Sibyl," Henderson said flatly. "What on earth gave you that idea?"
Before I could respond, Cressida interrupted him. I jumped at her sudden appearance. "Of course he was gay, some of the time at least. Why would you think otherwise?" she demanded, not trying to hide her anger at the detectives.
Fancy running into you here," Roberts stammered.
Henderson sighed.
"Mrs. Upthorpe, do you mean happy or homosexual?" he asked bluntly.
Cressida looked stunned, but not as much as I must have looked. Everything fell neatly into place, and I felt my face flush beet red. Of course Cressida had meant happy. She was the most old-fashioned person I knew, except perhaps Mr. Buttons. Detective Roberts looked like he was trying to stifle a laugh, and Henderson continued to regard us blankly.
"Happy, of course,"
Cressida announced with no small degree of shock.
"He was gay. Everyone knows that."
I looked down at my toes to hide my embarrassment. I had to admit that while this made the entire day make a lot more sense, I was a little bit disappointed that Thunderbolt hadn't been gay after all, despite his dress code. Chapter 13. I was walking Sandy in the very middle of the dirt track through the dog park, as far away from the bushes as I could get. I was quite worried about snakes. I had been told to stand perfectly still if I came upon one, but I'm sure Sandy would have other ideas. She might think it was edible. I stared into every bush as I went and kept Sandy on a tight leash. The wattle trees were already in bloom, clothing the area with masses of bright golden yellow. I looked under their dark, slender trunks for signs of snakes, and so far had not seen any. I walked on further where the ribbon grass was growing more freely, and again kept to the centred track that narrowed in this section. The strong fragrance of eucalyptus wafted along on the breeze. It was a pungent scent, typical of the Australia bush on a warm day. There was a growing unease in the pit of my stomach, but surely nothing else could go wrong. I usually enjoyed my walks with Sandy in the dog park, using them as a time to relax, but today all I could think about was the 2 murders and the fact that Cressida was a suspect. Was someone trying to set up Cressida to take the fall for the murders? I doubted it. I couldn't see what motive a person could possibly have for doing so. I figured that the mystery had to have something to do with the philosophers. I wondered why the police weren't focusing on questioning them. Still, I supposed it was all but impossible to get a straight answer from a philosopher, and, for all I knew, the police might be questioning them. Perhaps Cressida wasn't their main suspect after all. I shook my head and stared into the bush as something made its way through it. To my relief, it was just a small blue-tongued lizard. I turned around to retrace my steps and had not gone far when I saw something under a wattle tree. It looked like a black stick, so I gingerly edged forward. Sure enough, it was a snake. Thankfully, it didn't move. I hoped it was as scared of me as I was of it. I clutched Sandy close and looked at her face, but she had not seen it. I waited for a while, but the snake still did not move. I was a fair way from it, but I had walked under that very tree only minutes earlier. It was either a black or a brown snake. I couldn't tell at this distance, and I had been told that brown snakes came in all sorts of colours. At any rate, I knew it was a highly venomous snake. What other sort of snake did we have in Australia? Certainly not ones you would hug. I took a wide detour around the snake, and that led me into a patch of slightly long grass. My heart was in my mouth the whole time, but finally I got back on the bare dirt track,
and then I picked up speed, being even more vigilant than I had been earlier. I felt quite shaken after seeing the snake. As a child, I had gone on a school excursion to the Australian Reptile Park and had seen all sorts of deadly snakes, as well as deadly funnel-web spiders. However, this was the first snake I had ever seen in the wild, and I realized that it wouldn't be the last. Now that I was living in the country, I would probably see plenty more. Just as I approached my car, I remembered all the stories of people who had climbed in or out of their cars only to be fatally bitten by a snake that had made its way up into the underneath of the car. Of all times to remember that. I opened the car with the remote and then stood as far as I could from it while leaning over and banging hard against the side. Nothing ran out from under the car, so I crouched down on my hands and knees to look under the car. I still couldn't see a snake, but all the stories said that the snakes get right up inside the car or above a tire. I opened the back door for Sandy and made her jump in from a fair way out. This was easy to do, as she was always eager to get in the car. I secured her harness, standing as far from the car as humanly possible, and then opened my front door. I leapt in from a distance and then slammed the door shut. I was quivering. I was shaking after seeing the snake, and was telling myself that I was silly. After all, snakes were as common as dirt in the country, and I was a country girl now. All I wanted to do was to go home and have a nice hot cup of tea with plenty of sugar. As I turned into the road to home, I saw an ambulance parked out the front of the boarding house. I drew up next to it, but no one was around. I debated for a moment whether to get out and find out what happened, but I would have to take Sandy out of the car, given the warm weather, so I drove the short distance to my cottage and let Sandy into the backyard. I sprinted back to the boarding house, still keeping an eye out for snakes. I was almost back there when 2 paramedics approached the ambulance, wheeling someone on a gurney. Walking behind the gurney were Cressida and Mr. Buttons. I let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness they were both okay. I reached the ambulance just as it drove away. "It's Professor Caweasel," Mr. Buttons said. "Is he—" I could not bring myself to say the words. Mr. Buttons shook his head. "He's fine." "He's not fine," Cressida exclaimed. "He was very sick. They say he's been poisoned, and I don't want to sound self-absorbed, but do you know what that means?" I shrugged. "It means the police will say I tried to kill him," Cressida wailed. "2 murders and a 3rd one poisoned. I tell you, the police will blame me." I hurried to reassure her, but from the look on Mr. Button's face, I could tell that he thought the very same thing. "Will he be all right? How bad is it?" I asked him. Mr. Buttons shook his head. "He's not that bad, really. He's talking and everything. He just feels awfully sick." "Could it be food poisoning?" I asked, and then instantly regretted it as Cressida clutched her throat. "Food poisoning?" she repeated. "That will look like I did it." "Did he eat anything that the other people didn't eat today?" I asked her. Cressida peered out from above her tissues. "Not as far as I know." She sniffled loudly. "The detectives will be here any minute to arrest me." She leant over to look at her cat. "What's that you say?" "No, you're wrong, I tell you. The police will arrest me for this. You just wait and see. Anyway, what would you know? You're only a cat." With that, she burst into a flood of tears and sprinted towards her house. Mr. Buttons and I exchanged glances. "I've never heard her speak to Lord Farrington like that before," Mr. Buttons said. "She must be extremely distraught." I rubbed my temples. First the snake, now another victim. What on earth was going on? Before I had a chance to speak, the detectives arrived. I clutched Mr. Buttons' arm. Detective Roberts marched over to Mr. Buttons. "We need to bag the food," he said. "Show us to the kitchen." Part of me was relieved that they were not here to arrest Cressida, and it seemed that they were not even going to take her in for questioning. I followed them into the house. Detective Roberts was still speaking to Mr. Buttons. Professor Carweasel told us that he ate breakfast here with the other boarders this morning and that he didn't eat anything that the others didn't. Is that your recollection?" Mr. Buttons rubbed his hands together in a nervous gesture.
"Yes, and I ate the same thing too. I feel perfectly fine, and no one else here is sick."
"So you have spoken to all the other boarders recently?" the detective asked.
Mr. Buttons nodded. "Yes. After we called the ambulance to Professor Carweasel, we checked to see that all the other boarders were okay."
"And Professor Carweasel didn't drink any coffee that no one else had, or anything at all?"
"Not as far as I recall," Mr. Buttons said.
By now we had reached the kitchen. Susan Woods, the cleaner, was there, and she beat a hasty retreat as soon as she saw the police. I thought they would stop her and question her, but they didn't. However, both detectives stared at her departing back, long and hard. Both detectives pulled on plastic gloves and took samples of food from the trash bin. Detective Henderson opened the dishwasher and took samples of the dirty plates. "Were these used for breakfast?" he asked without looking around.
"I assume so,"
Mr. Buttons said. Just then Detective Roberts' phone rang. He muttered to himself, took off his gloves and pulled it from his pocket. He listened for a few moments, grunted a few words, and then hung up. "That will be all," he said to us. He shot a significant look at Detective Henderson, and they both left the room. It was only after they left that I noticed they had left the bagged food there. "What was all that about?" I asked Mr. Buttons. Mr. Buttons sat down heavily in a kitchen chair.
"Oh, no. I hope Professor Carweasel hasn't died."
"Surely not," I said, rubbing my temples. I would have to take some Advil in a hurry before the headache took hold. Whatever it was made them run out of here and forget to take the food samples. If he had died, then they would have been really sure to take the food samples.
"I sincerely hope you're right, Sibyl,"
Mr. Buttons said. Chapter 14. I arrived at the dog training group filled with trepidation. Sandy walked well on a leash, and I had taught her to sit every time I stopped, but I had no idea how she would react around so many other dogs. She was always excited to meet other dogs on our walks. Excited, meaning that she did vertical leaps in the air trying to reach the dogs to lick them to death. I had arrived early for 2 reasons, the first being that I wanted to register and find the right class, and second being that I wanted to find Blake and tell him what Janine Templeton had said about the boarding house's cleaner gathering hemlock from the side of the road. I was accompanied by Mr. Buttons, who agreed with me that it was most certainly incriminating evidence. "I'm so nervous about this, Mr. Buttons. What if Sandy misbehaves?" Mr. Buttons shook his head.
"Sibyl, please don't say that again. People take their dogs to training so that they will be taught to behave. There must be other dogs like Sandy here."
I wasn't so sure, but Mr. Buttons took the initiative. He grasped Sandy's leash, and I followed him to what looked like an office in a tent. Unfortunately, there was a Staffordshire Terrier standing in the way, and as we approached him, Sandy threw herself on top of him in delight. The owner at first smiled, and the dog wanted to play for the first few seconds, but then decided he didn't want a much heavier dog cleaning out the inside of his ears. Mr. Buttons pulled Sandy away. The Staffordshire Terrier shook his head, and globules of slobber flew out of his ear. I apologized profusely. The owner and the dog hurried away. "I knew this was a bad idea," I groaned.
"Nonsense, Sibyl. Dog training will improve Sandy's manners. Now I'll go and register Sandy, and you go and tell Blake what Janine Templeton said about Susan Woods gathering hemlock. Find out whether the detectives are investigating Susan."
"Okay, I'll go and look for Blake."
"He's right over there."
Mr. Buttons pointed to a seating area near the swamp, or the creek, as the locals like to call it. "Okay." I was shy about speaking to Blake, but I had good reason. He smiled when he saw me coming. "Glad you could make it. Where's Sandy?" I nodded in the direction of the tent. "Mr. Buttons is registering us now for the beginners class. Blake, Did the detectives tell you about the new evidence Cressida gave them? Blake's forehead furrowed in puzzlement. No, what was it? Cressida and I were in Farmydale the other day, and Janine Templeton told her that she had seen Cressida's cleaner, Susan Woods, gathering hemlock by the side of the road out on Gostwick Road a few weeks ago. Why didn't Janine Templeton go straight to the police after the first murder? I shrugged. I have no idea, but Cressida called the detectives at once, and all they did was thank her. I'm worried that they didn't tell you. Blake stroked his chin. Okay. Well, don't be too worried about it. They don't have to share information with me. After all, it's their case. Leave it with me, Sibyl. I'll look into it. I thanked him. Blake, where's your dog? Right here. Blake appeared to be puzzled. I looked around and then saw the tiniest chihuahua I had ever seen sitting at Blake's feet. I know chihuahuas are small, but this one was tiny. Is that your dog? Yes. He crossed his arms over his chest. I hope you're not prejudiced against chihuahuas, are you? A lot of people find it strange that a man owns a chihuahua. I suppose you were expecting me to own a Rottweiler or a pit bull or something. I shook my head. No, I said vehemently, and then wondered if I had said no one too many times. I bent down and looked at the tiny dog. He had huge, soft eyes and was a dark cream color with white markings on his face, chest, feet, and neck. He had the most adorable expression on his little face. What a cute dog! Is he safe to pat? He is now, Blake said, but he was aggressive when I got him from the shelter. Poor little guy. The training has really helped him. What's his name? I gingerly stroked the dog's head, and he licked my finger. Tiny. I had no suitable response, so simply said, "Oh, Mr. Buttons is calling you, Sibyl." I said goodbye to Blake and hurried over to Mr. Buttons, who handed me Sandy's leash. "Here you are, Sibyl. The class is about to start." My stomach clenched. Wish me luck. I took Sandy over to the beginners' class. The humans seemed friendly enough, and so did the dogs. The instructor was a short, cheerful, but very loud woman named Denise. Denise told us to bring our dogs into the middle and let them greet each other. All the other dogs were well behaved, but Sandy tried to sit on several dogs and lick their ears. "Take the Labrador out, please," Denise said. "Perhaps she can do the meet and greet in later weeks." I inwardly groaned with embarrassment. I stood there, Sandy by my side, watching Blake in the advanced class on the other side of the field. Nevertheless, I soon lost my embarrassment when the class started. As Denise had all the dogs spaced out nicely, Sandy settled down. She led nicely and sat nicely. I was even beginning to enjoy myself. Mr. Buttons was standing on the side, beaming at Sandy's progress, and occasionally giving me the thumbs up. The class drew to an end, and Denise, in her over-the-top animated style, told us that we would all now do the come. Everyone had to make their dogs sit, and then say stay, and walk backwards away from the dog. To make the dog come, we had to say come, and then fling our arms out in a Y position. After about the third go, Sandy understood what I wanted. Denise was pleased. "This will be the last exercise for the day. We will do the stay off-leash." She had us all line up our dogs in a row and then repeat the process, this time dropping the leash. I was a little nervous at first, but Sandy did not move a muscle. "Now," Denise said, "all of you say come and put your arms out in the Y position." I gave the signal and said come loudly. To my relief, Sandy immediately stood up. Unfortunately, she broke into a run, and even worse, when she reached me, she ran straight past me. I moved my arms from the Y position to the grab-for-leash position, but the leash slipped through my hands. Sandy continued running down to the swamp, chasing a flock of squawking starlings. I ran after her, but she was too fast for me. I hoped she would stop when she reached the swamp, but no such luck. Sandy launched herself straight into the muddy swamp. Mud and birds flew everywhere. Mr. Buttons appeared beside me.
"Sibyl, quick! If you run over there to the right, the creek narrows and you can jump across it. If Sandy swims directly across the swamp, you should be able to catch her when she emerges."
I thanked Mr. Buttons and took off at a sprint. When I reached the place where the creek narrowed, all the while hoping that the reeds in the swamp would slow Sandy down, I stopped and judged the distance. The creek was indeed narrow here, but I wouldn't be able to jump clean across. Thankfully, there were rocks on one side. I gingerly made my way across the rocks, but when I was almost across, my foot slipped and I fell into the creek. I threw out my arms to save myself. Fortunately, my landing was soft, but that was only because the mud was deep. I struggled to my feet and wiped the mud out of my eyes. I dragged myself up onto the bank and realized I only had one shoe on. I looked around for the other shoe, but it had vanished into the mud. I looked up and saw that a crowd of owners and their dogs had gathered on the other side of the swamp. To my embarrassment, Blake was there, his jaw hanging open. I must have looked a sight, encased in mud as I was. I hobbled along until I caught sight of Sandy, likewise covered in mud, splashing around happily in the swamp. I called her, and she looked up, but she looked in the other direction. I figured she thought I was calling her from the other side of the swamp. Sandy accelerated out of the swamp, straight at the crowd of onlookers. What happened next seemed to me to happen in slow motion. Sandy, covered in thick mud from head to toe, launched herself out of the swamp and ran straight at Mr. Buttons. Mr. Buttons, who could not bear to see a speck of dust. Mr. Buttons, who was OCD about cleanliness. Mr. Buttons threw up his arms in horror. Sandy, clearly mistaking that for the come signal, launched herself straight at him. He went flying backwards, and Sandy threw herself on top of him, pinned him down, and cleaned out his ears. I hurried back across the narrow part of the swamp, wading directly through the mud this time, and made my way straight to Mr. Buttons as fast as I could while wearing one shoe. Denise had pulled Sandy off Mr. Buttons and was explaining to him that all Labradors love swimming. Mr. Buttons did not appear to care. He was not moving, and his eyes were staring at the sky. I hurried to him. "Blake, is he okay?" Blake and his chihuahua both looked shocked. Blake shrugged and helped Mr. Buttons to his feet. Mr. Buttons did not say a word until we reached my pet grooming van, where he climbed in the back section. I thought he was simply being considerate, trying to avoid putting mud on my seat, and was about to tell him that I could cover the seats with towels from the van, when I saw that he had climbed into the dog bath and was proceeding to wash himself in there, clothes and all. I handed him a bottle of dog shampoo, grabbed some towels, and spread them over the front seats. Sandy was tired after her adventure, so I drove back to the boarding house with Sandy asleep on the front seat and Mr. Buttons still washing himself in the dog bath in the back of the van. Chapter 15. The morning after my embarrassing experience at dog training, I was up just before 7, hoping to avoid all the dog owners in town. I didn't think Mr. Buttons would want to see me any too soon, either. I ate a simple breakfast of coffee, yogurt, fruit, and half a bar of chocolate, then loaded Sandy into my pet grooming van and drove to the off-leash dog park on the other side of town. This park, although not as large as the other dog park in town, had a lot less bushland and therefore should have less snakes. This off-leash dog park was more of a walking trail than a play area for dogs, and was simply part of an old farm, now overgrown, and with a deep, eroded gully running up the middle of its entire length. It was dotted with wattle trees and gum trees, and there were large fallen branches everywhere, thanks to the latest storm. Gum trees, especially white gums, are readily prone to dropping whole limbs, and that is why Australian cattle and paddock-kept horses spin around and run if they hear a sharp crack. When I walked with Mr. Buttons, we walked around the streets of town, but when I walked alone, I always went to a dog park. Unlike the other off-leash dog park, this park was not securely fenced. To make matters worse, on one side of the park was the highway, and on the other side was the railway line. Granted, trains only ran through Little Tatterford twice a day, but it was still not the safest place to have a dog off-leash, and especially not now that the weather was warming up, bringing with it the danger of venomous snakes. I liked the other park for its peace and quiet, and I rarely saw any other people there. Sandy seemed to enjoy this dog park, and she ran forward as much as her leash would allow, sniffing at the kangaroo and rabbit droppings she found on the side of the trail. Rabbits often darted in front of us, but Sandy didn't seem to notice them, being more content to sniff the questionable delights at ground level. A rock wallaby for a while hopped parallel to us on the other side of the gully, but Sandy didn't notice it either. As I walked, I thought about Cressida's predicament. I had no desire to try to solve 2 murders, but what choice did I have? And it wasn't as if I had done any semesters of criminology at university. All I knew about solving crime came directly from watching TV, and American TV crime shows at that. Our system is quite different. We don't have elected sheriffs in Australia, just a government-appointed police system. The sheriffs in Australia are also government-appointed, but their duties pretty much consist of evicting non-paying tenants and seizing property from debtors. Civil law only, no crime solving involved. Still, I did watch a lot of crime shows, and the only sheriff I could think of was Rick from The Walking Dead. Thinking of Rick made me think of Sergeant Blake Wessley, as they looked similar, although Blake was of a thicker build. I smiled. I was so deep in thought that I squealed when someone called my name. I looked up and found I was face to face with Blake. Blake had been jogging and was dressed in gym shorts and a sweatshirt that was dark with sweat across the chest. Sandy wagged her tail furiously and tried to jump all over him. He reached down and patted Sandy on the head. "Thinking hard?" Blake asked. "Yes," I said, tightening my grip on Sandy's leash. My cheeks were burning, and I felt quite guilty, as I'd just been thinking about him. "Cressida?" "Yes," I lied. "I thought so," Blake said, his face grim. "Have you had a chance yet to speak to the detectives about the new evidence?" Blake shrugged, and then he pointed to a bench made out of iron framing and wooden slats on the side of the path, slightly behind me. It was placed in front of a giant rock made of granite. There were plenty such enormous boulders, as well as granite-pitted gorges throughout the New England region of Australia. Blake made his way to the bench, and I followed him, all the while having to restrain Sandy from jumping on him. We both sat down, and I held on to Sandy's collar, but she promptly lost interest in Blake and stretched out, sniffing the grass. "I did speak to the detectives," Blake said, "and they said they were looking into it. And there is news on Professor Cowiezel." "There is?" I squealed. "What is it?" "It was food poisoning, all right," Blake said, "but not from the boarding house. He'd apparently had lunch at the new health food shop that's opened up in town and got the food poisoning there. In fact, there were 4 other cases that day." "Oh, that's great," I said with relief, but quickly amended it to, "Not for the poor people, of course. I mean, it's great that Cressida won't be blamed. And I hope you know that Cressida isn't responsible for the 2 murders." Blake nodded. "I know she isn't." I smiled at him, but he did not smile back. "Sibyl, here's the problem," Blake continued. "Those detectives are likely to latch onto the first suspect they've got. Some detectives get hung up on one person, and once they do that, they won't change their minds. If they do, it's like they're admitting defeat or something. They make the evidence fit their conclusions." "But what about Cressida's cleaner, Susan Woods, picking hemlock plants?" I said. Blake ran his fingers through his hair. "I know, but the detectives could just see that as small-town gossip, and Janine Templeton did not go to them directly with that information. Cressida made matters worse with this Colin Palmer stuff. If only she'd come clean in the first place about their previous relationship. I nodded. True, but Susan is tall, and the killer was much taller than Cressida is. The killer went right by me on the porch. I told the detectives that, but they thought I was covering for Cressida. Is there anything you can do? Sibyl, Blake said, turning to look in my eyes. I promise you I'm fighting them on this. I'm doing what I can. The trouble is they don't have any suspects other than Cressida. I made to protest, but he held up a hand. Seeing someone pulling up weeds by the roadside is not evidence to them. It's probably only a matter of time before they decide they have enough evidence to arrest Cressida. They're combing through the boarding house right now. I guarantee that they'll find something, some little thing, and then they will arrest her. Sad to say, there's nothing I can do to stop them.
That isn't fair, I said. I buried my face in my hands. I wanted to clear Cressida's name, but I had no idea how to do so.
She needs a good lawyer.
I nodded. Yes, she's agreed to get a lawyer, but will it come to that?
Blake's silence told me all I needed to know. Those detectives were likely to arrest Cressida, and I had to do whatever I could to stop them. Chapter 16. I took the program from the smiling student at the doors and walked into Lecture Hall A2, the biggest lecture hall at the university in Farmerdale. Mr. Buttons had managed to talk me into going with him to the public seminar on Socrates to keep an eye out for suspects and to get the general vibe. I looked behind me for Mr. Buttons and saw to my dismay that he was adjusting the student's glasses.
There, you'll see much better now that your spectacles are straight,
he said, stepping back to admire his handiwork. I took Mr. Buttons by the arm and guided him to the back of the lecture hall. The huge room was filling fast, but there were 2 spare seats in the middle of the back row. We squeezed past some elderly ladies' knees, excusing ourselves, and sat down on the seats. Mr. Buttons leant over to me.
I'm glad we got a back row.
Pity our seats weren't on the edge, I said. Mr. Buttons signalled me to be quiet and jerked his head over his shoulder at 2 professors who were talking directly behind us.
Should we have a minute of silence for Martin Bosworth, as well as a minute of silence for Colin Palmer, or just a minute of silence all up?
One said. The other rubbed his chin.
I doubt people will want to be silent for 2 minutes. We'd better have just a single minute of silence.
The other professor readily agreed.
More like we should have a party for Martin Bosworth's untimely demise.
The other professor snorted, trying to muffle his laughter.
See, I told you it was a good idea to come here, Mr. Buttons said. We'll overhear a lot of good gossip like that. You mark my words.
I nodded and looked down at the sheet of paper in my hands. The first item was the welcome address. We have to sit through the boring seminar first, I said. A woman came forward to the microphone, and after the usual microphone adjustments and accompanying screeching sounds, introduced herself as Dean Judith Reith.
First, we will have a minute of silence for our departed colleagues, Martin Bosworth and Colin Palmer, she said. All please stand.
The 2 elderly ladies sitting to my left grumbled and complained about having to stand, and simply remained seated. The minute of silence seemed to stretch on to 2 or even 3 minutes, and I wondered who, if anyone, was timing it. Mercifully, it came to an end, and we were able to sit down. The dean introduced a Professor Edwin Boring.
Professor Boring will read Professor Bosworth's lecture notes to you today,
the dean droned.
Boring by name, boring by nature, I'll bet,
I whispered to Mr. Buttons. It turned out I was right. Professor Boring did not introduce himself, but simply stepped up to the microphone, smoothed his outrageous comb-over, and began to read from sheets of paper which he held up in front of his face. There is no purely biographical account of Socrates. We know him only through his influence on other people, he said in a monotone.
There are 3 contemporary sources of information: Plato, Xenophon, and Aristophanes. As different as the Socrates of Xenophon and Plato are, there is general agreement. Plato is absorbed with the theoretical side of Socrates' mind, while Xenophon reveals the practical side.
At this point, I leant over to Mr. Buttons.
Oh, really? Who gives a...
Sibyl,
Mr. Buttons pursed his lips.
Your cockatoo is clearly a bad influence on you.
I shut my mouth and felt my cheeks flush red, so turned back to be bored by Professor Boring. I'm not sure at which point I fell asleep, and the last words I heard were something about Socrates admiring Sparta. I woke up on the shoulder of the elderly lady beside me. She elbowed me hard, and then said in a sweet voice,
"Dear, you fell asleep."
I mumbled my apologies and turned to Mr. Buttons. "Is the talk almost over?" I asked hopefully.
"Only 10 minutes or so in,"
he said, shaking his head. I sighed and looked around the lecture hall. No one else appeared to be asleep. I yawned twice in succession and then stretched out my arms in front of me. I yawned again and then noticed the detectives in one of the rows on the far right, near the front. At least, the back of their heads looked like the detectives. Clearly, Mr. Buttons and I were not the only ones who thought that there was some information to be gleaned at the public lecture. That brightened me up somewhat, so I scanned the room. Blake was sitting several seats behind the detectives. To my delight, he was sitting next to a man. Still, that didn't mean that Blake didn't have a girlfriend. It just meant that he didn't have a girlfriend who was silly enough to come to a public lecture on Socrates. I shook my head to clear it from thoughts of Blake and tried to focus on the murder case, or more accurately, cases. 2 philosophers from the same university, even the same academic department, had been murdered, so it was obvious that there was a connection. Yet what? And why was Professor Bosworth murdered with such painstaking irony, whereas Colin Palmer was simply pushed down the stairs? I knew there had to be a clue in that. The logical explanation was that the murder of Martin Bosworth had been planned, possibly for some time, whereas the murder of Colin Palmer was more spur of the moment. Yet that still didn't help. What was I missing? I settled back down to listen to Professor Boring's droning voice. Finally, his reading of Martin Bosworth's lecture notes came to an end, although that meant question time would start. How bad could that be? Mr. Buttons and I smiled at each other.
"Remind me never to ask you to attend another public lecture,"
Mr. Buttons said in a whisper. Question time went on for about 15 minutes and consisted mainly of people trying to show off their knowledge about Socrates rather than asking genuine questions. Professor Boring fielded the questions admirably. Much to my relief, Dean Reith took the stand again and announced that refreshments would be served outside. She then did a sales pitch for the philosophy department, trying to encourage students to enroll in their courses. The 2 elderly ladies took their time extracting themselves from their seats, so Mr. Buttons and I, and the people lined up behind Mr. Buttons, had to wait patiently to make our escape. Tables were set up outside the lecture hall. They were covered with white tablecloths and filled with all manner of cakes and pastries, several huge urns, and packets of tea bags and instant coffee. "Oh, goody! Instant coffee," I said sarcastically.
"Sarcasm is the lowest form of wit,"
Mr. Buttons said. I had no suitable comeback, so just pulled a face.
"Mingle and ask questions about Martin Bosworth and Colin Palmer,"
Mr. Buttons said, and then at once took off to speak to one of the professors. I reached for a cupcake, and then turned around to see a young man standing close behind me.
"So, did you enjoy the seminar?"
he asked.
"Did you?"
I countered.
"Oh, yes, so wonderful, wasn't it?"
Before he could say any more, I got in first. "Professor Boring did a good job, reading the notes. Such a shame poor Martin Bosworth died. Did he have any enemies?" The young man looked around and then leant forward. Oh, yes, no one liked him, no one at all. He had quite the reputation for causing trouble for everyone. Did Professor Bosworth cause trouble for Colin Palmer, too? The young man shook his head. I don't think so. Professor Bosworth liked Palmer, as he wasn't too successful and thus not a threat. So, I haven't seen you around. Are you a student here? I was a student at Sydney University, I said. What do you do now? I have a mobile pet grooming business. The young man at once lost interest and shuffled away, mumbling about having to speak to others. I didn't know you were interested in Socrates. I swung around to see Blake standing there, his arms folded across his chest. Actually, Blake, I did a semester of ancient philosophy at Sydney University. Blake looked surprised at that. Did you enjoy the lecture? Hardly, I said. I nearly died of boredom. Mr. Buttons forced me to come. That, at least, was the truth. Did you enjoy the lecture? Blake's face softened. No, he smiled. I didn't know you were secretly interested in Socrates, I said archly. Blake's eyes narrowed. You caught me. I'm doing some snooping around, in an unofficial capacity. Let me guess, you're asking everyone about Martin Bosworth and Colin Palmer, and you found out that everyone hated Bosworth, but everyone said that Palmer was nice. I wondered if I'd said too much, and waited for the lecture. Yes, that about sums it up, he said. Can't you just have a vision and then tell me who the culprit is? I knew he was joking, but it rankled. It was bad enough having visions without having to explain to everyone how they worked. Over the years, I'd been on the receiving end of plenty of smart remarks suggesting I should have visions of the lottery numbers. I let out a long breath. It doesn't work like that, Blake. I can't just summon up a vision. I never know when one's going to come on me. I have absolutely no control over them. What did you think of your namesake being mentioned tonight? That got my interest. What do you mean? That professor quoted Socrates as saying that the Sibyl, the prophetess, had visions that saved people from danger. Didn't you hear that? I was most likely asleep at the time, I said. But yes, I'm named after the ancient Sibyl from Delphi. Every firstborn daughter in our family for generations has been named Sibyl in her honor, and believe it or not, they all had prophetic visions. Blake nodded. He didn't look quite as skeptical as he had previously. Do you need a lift home later, Sibyl? Thanks, but Mr. Buttons is taking me. Blake nodded and walked away. I watched as he struck up a conversation with one of the professors. I noticed with some delight that the detectives were on the other side of the room, talking to Alec Steele, who looked uncomfortable. That was silly, Sibyl. I looked over at Mr. Buttons. What was? You should have accepted Blake's invitation. You're really not good with men, are you? I rolled my eyes. No, and thanks for pointing that out. I felt silly. Had Blake been flirting with me? How would I know, anyway? My track record with men was dismal. Thankfully, Mr. Buttons didn't pursue the subject. I can't find any connection between the two victims to explain why both were murdered, he said. They weren't working on a paper together, although why anyone would want to murder someone over research into philosophy is quite beyond me. There seems to be absolutely no connection between them, apart from the fact that they were colleagues, and no one disliked Colin Palmer. Cressida's cleaner, Susan, is still looking like our main suspect, although as to what motive she had, one can only guess. I bit my bottom lip. Blake said he doubted that the detectives would consider the evidence about Susan gathering the hemlock on the roadside. What are we going to do, Mr. Buttons? Mr. Buttons' face took on a solemn appearance. I don't know, Sibyl, but whatever we're going to do, we had better do it fast, or Cressida will be heading for jail. Chapter 17.
It's so nice to know we finally have a mobile groomer, the older woman gushed as she flipped slowly through my portfolio. And Cameo has just taken a shine to you. She's usually so shy with strangers.
I'm happy to have passed inspection, I said, while brushing a squirmy little Pomeranian. Coming to the town's annual dog show had been one of my better ideas. My appointment book was filling for the rest of the month. I was surprised that I was the only professional dog groomer there. I silently congratulated myself for bringing my grooming gear and setting up a table.
"There's Tracy, a lady in Tamworth who does a wonderful job,"
Mrs. Williams said as she looked over pictures of the dogs I had groomed since arriving in town.
"But that's over an hour's drive from here one way, and Cameo and I don't really go out as much as we used to. Tracy doesn't have a waiting room, just some pens to wait in, and those metal chairs are so uncomfortable. Cameo so hates those pens if I can't stay with her. She sulked for days the last time."
"I'll be happy to schedule an appointment for Cameo any time. I'm sure she'll be a lot more comfortable," I assured her. "No pens, Cameo. You'll be right there at your home. You'll like that, won't you?" The little dog shook and wagged her tail so hard at the attention that she almost fell out of my lap. It was hard to believe that the little dog was at all shy. I laughed and scratched the small creature behind her ear. Cameo looked adorable. Her eyes were closed in rapture, and her tongue hung out while she enjoyed a good scratch. Mrs. Williams picked up one of my business cards.
"Well, that settles it. Cameo is a good judge of character. Do you work on Saturdays, dear?"
"There is an extra fee for evenings and weekends," I explained as I handed her a printed postcard with my fee table. "I'm more than happy to schedule a weekend visit if that's more convenient for you and Cameo."
"Wonderful."
Mrs. Williams took Cameo from me and stroked the Pomeranian.
"I'm always doing one thing or another all week. Saturdays will just make things so much simpler. Cameo can have a little pampering without us having to leave town to do it."
To my surprise, Mrs. Williams proceeded to order a grooming every other Saturday for the next 6 months. I tried to hide my delight while I carefully input the days into my calendar, trying not to be distracted by the bustle and barking all around me. I was glad I had not let my newness to the area intimidate me into avoiding the show this year. It would have been a mistake to wait until next year, after I had built a local reputation. Between the participants and their guests, I had already gathered several new clients who were willing to test an unknown for the convenience of having a local groomer come to them. My appointments had tripled, and the dog show hadn't even started yet. Mrs. Williams stood and reached out her hand.
"Thank you so much again, Sibyl. I'll let you get back to work. Cameo and I will see you next week."
I shook the woman's hand and smiled, elated that my business was improving significantly. I had gone from struggling to figure out next month's expenses to having the assurance that I could make it as long as I was careful. For the first time in a long while, it felt as if everything was coming together. Of course, if my ex-husband would pay out on the property settlement, all my money worries would be over. I narrowed my eyes and looked at my surroundings. I had been surprised at the scarcity of vendor tables, considering this was a major dog show. Most of them were unmanned sponsor tables with promotional products from banks and real estate agents. There was a makeshift snack stand manned by volunteers who hosted the show. Only one table carried shampoos, dog food, and other pet products. I tidied up my table, carefully brushing up stray fur and collecting it into a plastic shopping bag. I needed to make a good impression on all my potential clients. As the show was now in full swing, I wondered whether I could risk getting coffee. I'd been in such a rush preparing for the show that I'd only gulped one coffee just before heading out the door. I felt a wave of tiredness settling in now that things were quiet. I had been so nervous about the event that I had barely slept, and then had skipped breakfast. I needed coffee, and fast. I picked up my purse and headed to the makeshift snack stand in the covered tent in the back. The tent was bare compared to the various breed rings. My eyes at once alighted on coffee pots to one side of the snack stand. Oh no, it was instant coffee, much to my dismay. I made my way to the table and paid for the coffee, An elderly lady told me to help myself to sugar, and then she left. I grimaced at the coffee, but figured that lots of sugar would disguise the taste, and after all, it was caffeine. I reached for the sugar canister, only to discover it was empty. I didn't know if I was brave enough to drink primordial ooze without something to hide the taste. I looked around in desperation for any sign of extra sugar. Sorry, I had to run out to get more. They thought half a jar was going to be plenty, apparently, a familiar voice said. I turned to see Blake approach the table, a bag of sugar in hand. He was in a white shirt and jeans, wearing a blue apron with the dog show logo on it. "What are you doing here?" I asked by way of greeting. Blake simply grinned as he refilled the jar. He set the extra sugar in a box of supplies underneath the table before pouring himself a cup of coffee. "How is the show so far? Are you drumming up business?" "Yes, it's going well," I said as I poured several spoons of sugar into my coffee. Blake took a sip of his drink and made a face, sliding the jar closer to spoon in an extra dose of sugar. "That's disgusting. They should call in the hazmat team." I laughed and took a sip of my drink. It wasn't good even with the sugar. "No kidding." "Can I interest you in a stale cupcake?" he asked, sweeping a hand towards a tray of sickeningly sweet-looking cakes, topped with some shiny-looking icing. We also have extra sticky glazed donuts, crumbling oatmeal cookies, and some sort of brick disguised as a cake. I laughed. "You really know how to sell your products, don't you?" I was somewhat surprised that Blake was displaying a pleasant sense of humor. He didn't have his serious cop face on today. "Anyway, why are you here? Are you undercover or something?" Blake seemed to think that was quite funny. "Hardly. Not in a small country town where everyone knows me," he said. "No, I was drafted by the regional inspector. His wife was dredging up volunteers, and Constable Andrews decided it would be hilarious to sign me up." Blake inspected the snacks and opted for one of the stale cupcakes. I tried not to smile too much at that. It sounded like something my friends back in Sydney would have done to each other. I admired Blake's good humor. My ex-husband would have sulked if his co-workers had ever tried that on him. "But the last laugh is on him." He gestured to the half-empty boxes scattered around. "I'm taking the leftovers back to Constable Andrews tomorrow." Blake dipped his cake in his coffee, and it promptly disintegrated. He furrowed his brow and studied the drink. "Well, that wasn't the best idea." I let out a strained laugh. Blake dropped the rest of the cupcake in the coffee and dumped the entire thing into the trash. Taking advantage of his good mood, I risked a question. "Do they know who the beneficiaries of Martin Bosworth's will are yet?" Before he could say anything in response, a crackled voice chimed over the intercom, calling for all hounds to go to Ring 3. "Sibyl," Blake said when the loudspeaker was silent, "I hope you're not getting any ideas about investigating this just to help Cressida. Stay away from Susan Woods." "Just curious," I said, trying to look convincing. I waited for him to answer, but he was making another coffee. I didn't want to risk asking him again, so I decided I would go back to the university in Farmerdale at the first opportunity and do some nosing around by myself. Chapter 18. I parked my van in the visitors' parking area at the bottom of the hill. I put some money in the ticket machine slot and then put the ticket under the windshield. I stood with my back against the car and looked up at the arts faculty building, wondering what to do next. I went through my plan again. I needed to find out if anyone had a grudge against Professors Bosworth and Palmer, and I needed to find out who benefited from their deaths. More than that, I was looking for any link between the two men that would give me a clue to the murders. As I trudged up the hill, I muttered under my breath. It wasn't fair that I had to do this. After all, I was a dog groomer and not a detective. Armed only with a year of critical reasoning 101, I made my way through the old wooden doors of the arts building. I looked around for inspiration, but none came. What would I do? I could hardly knock on the doors of the philosophy department offices and announce that I was asking questions about Martin Bosworth and Colin Palmer. I wandered aimlessly along the pale grey corridors of the arts building, chastising myself for not being better prepared. As I walked past one open door, someone called my name. I poked my head around the door to see Alec Steele sitting around a low wooden table with several people. I guessed they were students, as they were all looking at Alec with admiration. I didn't know whether to be pleased or dismayed at running into Alec, but I figured I could turn it to my advantage. Alec caught my eye and gestured to the L-shaped seating arrangement, so I walked over and sat down. "Welcome to the staff room, Sibyl," Alec said, as several pairs of eyes fixed on me. "Would you like coffee?" I looked around for the urn and was about to refuse, but to my delight saw a rather fancy espresso machine in the corner. "Yes, please. Black, 3 sugars." Alec nodded to one of the students, a tall, lanky man who had once hurried over to the machine. "Well, Sibyl, what brings you here? Were you looking for me?" I forced the grimace off my face and tried not to cringe. "Actually, I thought you might have an idea who killed Martin Bosworth and Colin Palmer. Who would benefit from their deaths?" One of the girl students leant forward and opened her mouth to speak, but Alec cut her off. "Oh, yes, we all know the news now. Martin Bosworth has left all his money to the university, as he had no living relatives." "The university?" I took my coffee from the student and thanked him. I took a sip. It was good. Alec nodded. "Yes, it turns out he set up a trust to fund a permanent position for a philosophy professor specializing in philosophy of logic. And he also set up a scholarship for the best student essay on dialectical method." "Fascinating," I lied. "So he obviously wasn't killed for his money." "Clearly." Alec's tone was arrogant, but for once I didn't mind, as he was proving to be a useful source of information. I was about to ask another question when an elderly man came through the door and walked over to us.
"Shouldn't you all be in Professor Wilson's class?"
The students scurried away, and the man sat down opposite me. Alec duly made the introductions. "Professor Northrop, I knew Martin Bosworth and Colin Palmer," I said. "I live next to the boarding house where they were staying." Professor Northrop stroked his beard.
"A terrible business. Martin Bosworth wasn't liked, of course, but why anyone would want to hurt Colin Palmer is beyond me."
I set down my coffee cup. "Do you know who inherits Colin Palmer's estate?" Northrop shook his head.
"No, but he didn't have any money, if you're thinking of motive."
I nodded. "So is there any link between them? Any reason why both of them would have been murdered?" Professor Northrop consumed a cupcake before answering. He offered the plate to me, but I declined. I also declined to point out that several of the crumbs were lodged firmly in his beard.
"Martin Bosworth was most unpopular around here. No one had a good word to say about him. He sat on selection committees to employ staff he thought could help him, and had dinner parties for the dean and gave him gifts. He always sucked up to the chancellor of the university. He got rid of anyone who got in his way. He started here well before I did, and there was talk that he had got rid of several promising staff members, and even general staff, for no good reason. He was ruthless. Everyone said he should have been in the Byzantine history department rather than the philosophy department."
Both Alec and Northrop laughed uproariously at that, but it went straight over my head. "Well, that could give someone a reason to kill him," I said, "but it was too long ago."
"When I came to teach here, there was talk that Bosworth had just got rid of one promising philosopher when they were both going for tenure, but in recent years I knew that he had at least one person fired without grounds to do so. On the other hand,
Colin Palmer was well liked. I can't think of any reason why anyone would want to kill both men. Any reason at all." With that, Professor Northrop stuffed a whole cupcake in his mouth and left the room. I was left alone with Alec Steele and debated whether to leave now or whether to pump him for more information. "I can think of a link between the two," Alex said. I sat silently, waiting for him to continue. When he didn't, I said, "Go on." Alec leant forward slightly. "The night before he was killed, Colin Palmer told me that he had just seen someone at the boarding house that he hadn't seen in years. He said he was surprised that it had taken him so long to recognize them." I stared at Alec, but there was no sign that he was inventing this. "Well, that's the link!" I exclaimed. "Someone had a grudge against Martin Bosworth and killed him, and then killed Colin Palmer after Colin recognized them." Alec smiled, clearly pleased with himself. "That's exactly what I think." "You must tell the detectives." I tried to process the information. Although I thought it might clear Cressida, it did not tie in with Susan being the culprit. Susan had been there the whole time that the boarders were there, so they had plenty of opportunity to recognize her right from the very first day. "I did." I stared at Alec in disbelief. "You told the detectives? And what did they say?" He shrugged. "They just thanked me for helping them with their inquiries." Typical. Surely the detectives couldn't still suspect Cressida after the information Alec had provided. Or did they? "Did they ask you any questions?" Alec shook his head. "No, they didn't seem interested." I rubbed my eyes. That was discouraging, but I bet Blake didn't know this piece of information. I looked up at Alec. "Was it a man or woman?" Alec frowned. "Was what?" "The person Colin Palmer recognized. Did he say he or she?" Alec shot me a pitying look. "Sibyl, Colin said they. They is now in correct and common usage as the third person, generic singular, personal pronoun." My head was spinning, so I simply nodded. "Good, thanks for that. Well, I'd best be going." I stood up and took my coffee mug over to the sink. When I turned around, Alec was standing so close behind me that I had to step sideways to escape him. "Sibyl, meet me for coffee tomorrow, and we can discuss this further." I hesitated for a moment. I had no wish to spend any more time in Alec's presence, but he had just provided me with a possible suspect, the person who had been recognized by Colin Palmer. Of course, Alec might be the murderer, and he might be covering up by presenting me with a fake suspect. Either way, I needed more information from him. Reluctantly, I agreed. Chapter 19. My first impulse was to tell Alec Steele that I was a big girl and could order my own food. My second impulse was to turn on my heel and get out while the getting was good. I had accepted a coffee invitation from Alec against my better judgment, but I wanted him for information. He was rapidly becoming my #1 suspect, and the fact that I didn't like him had everything to do with that. Alec had ordered some sort of green liquid salad for me, and that did not help at all. I studied the drink in front of me. Was it congealing, or was that just my imagination? I preferred my vegetables on a plate. I preferred to eat them with a fork, not drink them through a straw. Still, this was a special circumstance. I had made it clear to him that the meeting was simply to ask him questions, but he still seemed to have the wrong idea. Perhaps he thought that all women were attracted to him. The thought made me shudder. "You know," Alex said, squaring his shoulders and throwing his arm over the back of his chair, "are you really content to keep on washing a bunch of neighborhood mutts for a living? I could make a couple of calls and get you a real job, something at my office. I could always use a pretty woman as a research assistant."
The greater good, I said to myself, fighting the urge to run from the cafe. This is for Cressida. Aloud, I said, "Not a hope in hell. Now, Alec, I told you I'd agree to meet you for coffee to ask you questions about Martin Bosworth and Colin Palmer." Alec winked at me and I shuddered. "It's logical that the two deaths are related," he said. "No one liked Martin Bosworth, but Colin Palmer, everyone liked him. That's what's so strange." "Aren't you afraid?" I asked. "What if someone kills another philosophy professor? You could be next in line." "I'm well liked, Sibyl." His tone was arrogant. I was going to point out that he had just said that Colin Palmer was well liked, but he continued speaking in his patronizing tone. "So, Sibyl, what brought you to a dull town like this?" "Just getting a new start on life." There was no way I was going to share the story of my life with the likes of Alec Steele. "Anyway, the town doesn't really seem all that dull to me. It seems to be homicide central at the moment." Alec sneered as he took a long drink from his green stuff. How does he drink that? I wondered. Why does the cafe even sell it? As I was wondering how to get back to my questioning, Alec shot me a wink and smiled as if he thought I was totally charmed by his behavior. Apparently he was well convinced of the thought, because he sat back and got comfortable as he told his epic story. He started from high school, where he was the pride of the school, class president, award winner, and so he droned on through a catalogue of various university prizes, real or imagined. I, for one, didn't care. I twice attempted to cut through his speech, to no avail. I turned my eyes heavenward. Please make him stop. Alec was so intrigued by his own life history that he did not even notice when I glanced around the cafe to look for something to distract me, to help me get through his long dialogue. To my surprise, I saw a familiar face looking my way. Over the other side of the room was Blake Wessley. I didn't know what looked better, Blake himself, or the delicious-looking grilled sandwich and coffee in front of him. I figured he was on his lunch break, given that he was wearing a uniform. When I caught his eye, he looked away immediately. "And of course that geezer ruined everything," Alec exclaimed, jarring me back to the table. "What?" I said in alarm. "Haven't you been listening to a thing I said?" His face was petulant, like a small child about to throw a tantrum. "No," I answered truthfully. "It must be low blood sugar, or an allergy to green slime." Alec narrowed his eyes at me. "I said," he continued, "that I was a brilliant student, and I landed a position as a research assistant, but then they assigned me to Martin Bosworth." He groaned dramatically and raised his hands to the ceiling. I didn't know what was worse, having to listen to him drone on about his accomplishments, or him pausing at the very part I wanted to hear. "I take it Martin Bosworth wasn't easy to get along with?" I prompted, tapping my knuckles impatiently on the table. "That's putting it mildly. He made it his life goal to give me a hard time. He'd ask me to run his errands like I was paid to do that. He even made me go and fetch coffee for him." I smiled encouragingly. Alex sighed, and his lower lip dropped. "Anyway, some of my buddies were still undergrads. They were in my class, and he was constantly on my case about making sure I didn't give them answers, like I was a moron that needed to be reminded. But one of my friends got us all tickets to a big show in Sydney. The problem was that we all had to leave on the Friday morning, the day of a big test. So I did the most logical thing." I wondered what the most logical thing was. "You all left immediately after the test?" I guessed. "No." Alec looked at me like I was an idiot. "I just moved the test up to Thursday. It's not like any of the others were going to get any higher marks with one extra day to prepare for it. I cancelled class for Friday. Everybody got a 3-day weekend. They should have all been grateful.
Alec apparently misinterpreted my look of disbelief for admiration. He smiled widely in response. Martin Bosworth made a point to attack me over it. He gave me a real hard time after that. So I had to take up a position at another university interstate. So then, I made it a point to deal with old Bosworth. Deal with him how? I asked. He leant over the table and gazed into my eyes. How about I tell you over dinner at my place? I shuddered. How about you just tell me now? How about 7 o'clock Friday? I shook my head and stood up. No, thanks for the drink. Alec frowned. Leaving already? And you barely touched your drink. I'm a picky eater. Goodbye, Alec. As I hurried to make my escape, I noticed that Blake had left. That was a shame, as I had wanted to talk with him about Alec and the likelihood of him getting even with Martin Bosworth. I walked to my van, thinking about Blake's expression as he was watching our table. Was it curiosity? No, it seemed something akin to annoyance. I thought back to the day of the dog show and then to the dog park, and about how nice it had been to talk to him and how easy it was to be around him. Could he have been jealous? I paused in the middle of the parking lot and looked around for Blake. To my disappointment, there was no sign of him. I shook my head and sighed. I had just got out of a bad marriage, and I was rebuilding a life and a career. I didn't have time to fantasize about a charming and handsome young cop. Chapter 20. I sat at the old table in the kitchen at the boarding house, directly across from Cressida's cleaner, Susan Woods. She was sitting with her hands wrapped around a mug full of steaming English breakfast tea. I had a mug of coffee in front of me, and I stirred in 2 spoons of sugar before either of us said anything. I know you've been a big help to Cressida, Susan finally said. She's told me as much. I was glad you suggested that we have a talk. Well, I'm new to this world of madness, I said. I didn't add that I asked her to have coffee simply because she was my main suspect. I did not know yet whether to believe Alex Steele's story about Colin Palmer recognizing someone the night before he was killed. Susan smiled as well. It's been insane. You've only been here for 2 murders. I've been through 3. Susan nodded. Yes, I know. Mr. Buttons told me all about the previous one. I took a sip of coffee, only to look up and see that there were tears swimming in Susan's eyes, threatening to spill over and run down her cheeks. What's wrong? I knew Martin Bosworth, the young woman said. I wasn't sure I had heard her correctly at first. What? I asked. I used to clean at the university. I was under contract, and Martin Bosworth didn't like me. He didn't like you? I repeated. Susan wiped her eyes, leaving streaks of mascara across her cheeks. I don't know what it was. He never did like me. He kept accusing me of stealing things from his room. I wasn't sure I should ask my next question, but I did so anyway. Were you? No, Susan said, her voice rising. Of course not. Sorry. Susan nodded and bent her head forward over her tea. Okay. Well, no, I didn't. But he reported me, and the university had a meeting with me. They seemed to believe me, but then they fired me, I think, just to shut him up. And, well, I couldn't get work anywhere. This is a small country town, and everyone knows everyone else's business. I expect everyone thought I really was a thief. I was on welfare until Cressida gave me a chance. And I hadn't been here long, and who do I see? Martin Bosworth. And I don't think he even knew who I was. I had no idea what to say, so simply nodded. Susan dabbed at her eyes more furiously. And then he's gone. Dead. Poisoned. And here I am, afraid to say anything because, well, why wouldn't I want to poison him? I gasped involuntarily, and Susan continued hastily. No, I didn't do it. I'm just saying to the police, it's a motive, right? I have a motive. He got me fired. He lied and got me fired. And I've struggled ever since. That's why I was afraid to say anything.
Susan had demolished her tissues, so she took a paper napkin from the holder in the middle of the table and dabbed at her eyes again. Her eyes were already red and swollen.
You have to believe me. He was a nasty man, and lots of people didn't like him, but I didn't kill him.
Yes, I said, figuring I should say something, but at a loss to find the right words. I took a sip of coffee, if only to have something to do. I studied the woman across the table as she wiped her eyes and then set down the napkin. She smiled then, a sad, strained smile, and I returned one, still unsure of precisely what to say. A wave of sympathy for the woman washed over me. For the first time, I was beginning to doubt that she was the murderer.
I suppose I should tell the police before they find out for themselves,
Susan said, and she tried to laugh, but it wasn't really a laugh, more like a choking sound. I could think of no way to ask politely, so I thought I might as well come straight out and ask. Someone said they saw you gathering hemlock plants on the side of the road a few weeks ago, out on Gostwick Road.
Hemlock?
Susan repeated, frowning.
I collect aniseed plants out on Gostwick Road. It grows wild there, and that road's rarely used, so the plants growing there aren't polluted. Who said I was collecting hemlock?
I didn't want to start a town fight, so I said, I can't say, but Susan, why were you collecting aniseed?
I drink herbal teas, Susan said. Aniseed, rosemary, lavender, that sort of thing. I love the taste of aniseed tea.
I wonder if aniseed plants look like hemlock plants. Susan shrugged.
Aniseed looks a bit like fennel. I know hemlock grows wild around these parts, but the cattle don't touch it. Anyway, I have some aniseed plants here, drying.
She returned shortly after and showed me a plant. I got out my iPhone and Googled aniseed. It was a spindly-looking plant with clusters of yellow flowers on the top, just like the one in front of me on the table. I Googled hemlock and saw that the plants did look similar, but the hemlock flowers were white and the leaves were thicker than those of the aniseed plant. Okay, Susan was now off my list of suspects. I held my phone to show Susan, but she didn't seem too interested.
So, did you think I was the murderer?
She asked, looking somewhat offended.
Susan,
I said, I know it wasn't you, okay? I know it wasn't Cressida either. Like you said, Martin Bosworth had plenty of enemies.
Thank you,
Susan said.
I'm glad you believe me. I know it looks bad, what with what Martin Bosworth did to me.
I sipped some coffee. Go and see Blake Wessley. He's a reasonable man and a good cop. Tell him exactly what you told me, why you were afraid to tell anyone that you knew Martin Bosworth.
Okay. Thanks, Sibyl.
I smiled and set the mug back down. Susan, did Colin Palmer recognize you?
What do you mean?
She frowned at me, her eyebrows knitting together. I mean, you said Martin Bosworth didn't even know who you were. Did Colin Palmer recognize you?
Oh, yes, of course, she said. I worked as a cleaner at the university not all that long ago. I saw him the first day that the professors came to stay here. He greeted me warmly, but Martin Bosworth looked straight through me.
I ran one hand through my hair and sighed. I heard that Colin Palmer recognized someone the day before he died. If it wasn't you, then it could have been the killer. I mean, it makes sense that Martin Bosworth was murdered by someone who had a grudge against him, and then Colin Palmer was murdered by someone who recognized that person. Susan jumped to her feet, and in doing so knocked over her teacup. Tea flew everywhere. I started for the kitchen sink to fetch something to wipe it up, when I saw that Susan was white and trembling. "Whatever's wrong?" I asked. Susan clutched her stomach and bent over.
"I know who the murderer is,"
she said. A cold chill travelled over me. "Who?"
"The gardener, David Bilderbeck."
"The gardener?" I repeated, thinking of the thin man who always wore a wide-brimmed hat pulled over his face and always kept to himself. Susan hurried to look out the window and then shut the door to the kitchen.
Yes, she whispered. Colin Palmer. Oh, he was such a kindly man.
With that, she broke off and cried into a fresh bunch of napkins. I wanted her to hurry up and tell me, but all I could do was wait for her sobs to subside.
The night before he died, I was in the library here, drinking hot chocolate and watching TV, when Colin Palmer came in. He often did that, to get away from the other philosophers.
I held my breath, waiting for her to come to the point.
That night, he told me about David Bilderbeck.
Susan paused and looked at me. And what did he say? I prompted her, trying not to sound too impatient.
He said that David Bilderbeck was once a leading philosophy professor, she said. He said that Martin Bosworth got David Bilderbeck fired from the university. He'd heard that David Bilderbeck left the state, and he hadn't seen him since, not once in all the years since it happened.
And David Bilderbeck is now the gardener here at the boarding house, I said.
The very same.
Susan dabbed at her eyes again. Are you sure? Susan nodded furiously.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. Poor Professor Palmer told me the night before he died. He said he was shocked to see David Bilderbeck in these parts, and that he'd changed so much. He said David had seemed angry that he had recognized him.
I wiped down the table, mopping up the spilled tea, and then looked up at Susan. You have to go right now and tell the detectives or Sergeant Blake Wessley right now. Susan clutched at my arm.
What if David Bilderbeck's outside? What if he knows we're onto him?
I can't see how he would know, but how about we leave together? I'll walk you to your car. If he's there, don't stare at him, just act normal. I must admit I was relieved that there was no sign of David Bilderbeck when we left the house and walked to the parking area. Susan clutched my arm all the way to her car. After she drove away, I hurried back to my cottage, keeping an eye out for David Bilderbeck. My cockatoo greeted me as I walked through the door.
Hello, Stinky.
I sighed and put him outside, and then sat down on my sofa and tried to clear my head. If Susan was correct, and Martin Bosworth had got David Bilderbeck fired from the university, then David Bilderbeck had a motive. It also tied in with the fact that Colin Palmer recognized him the very day before Palmer was pushed down the stairs. I would have to drive to the university at once and search their records. If I could prove that David Bilderbeck was a professor there at the same time as Martin Bosworth, and that Bosworth had indeed had him fired, that would surely go a long way to clearing Cressida's name. I reached for my purse when the vision came upon me. I was at the Olympic Games, watching the men's floor exercise session. After a slow start on the floor, this team is untouchable, a commentator said. Oh yes, there's his salto with the minimum one twist. I watched as various men made their way across the floor apparatus, while the commentator described their actions. Double saltos, backwards jumps with a half turn to salto forward, backward jumps with a quarter turn and a side flip, and an Arabian double front with double twist. I came out of the vision and found myself standing in the dismount position with my arms in the air. Surely I hadn't done any of those moves while having the vision. I looked around the room. Nothing was disturbed, and from where I was standing, facing the corner, there was no room to do even one gymnastic move, let alone a series across the floor. Besides, I'd never even been able to touch my toes, let alone do the splits. I had no idea what the vision meant. It didn't make sense. Chapter 21. I sighed and glared at the machine's screen as I rubbed my temples in frustration. 10 years. If the internet was just 10 years older, I might have been able to go through the student and faculty records in minutes. But no. It was just my luck that these people were working before the university put their records online. Now I was in the basement of the university library. To make matters worse, a librarian was continually glaring at me while I scanned through microfiche records. What could I possibly do to the 300-pound machine? Stuff it in my purse? It was taking me a long time to sort through the student records and staff rosters. The garish fluorescent lights flickered on and off above me, raising my irritation levels to the maximum. I turned back to the machine. If there were microfiche machines that had a search option, this old clunker wasn't one of them. I let out a long sigh and checked the time. I had already been here for 2 whole hours. 5 years down, goodness knows how many more to go. Martin Bosworth had a long teaching career, and much of it was pre-internet. I glared at the machine. Why couldn't the university have put these records online so I could search at a Wi-Fi spot like normal people? At least the Wi-Fi zones would have let me have coffee. Finally, I found Colin Palmer's name on a faculty list, and right there, in the same department, was Martin Bosworth. Now I was getting somewhere. My mental exhaustion and coffee cravings evaporated as I wrote down the year and the list of staff. I shuffled my notes to find the current staff list for the philosophy department. As I checked the names, I was not surprised that no one I had talked to had mentioned David Bilderbeck by name. There had been a complete staff change since his time as a professor. I turned my attention back to the list and squinted at the blue screen. "Yes!" I squealed when the name of David Bilderbeck appeared. "Silence, please," came a stern voice from the corner. I looked up to see the librarian glaring at me. I didn't care. Now I had proof that David Bilderbeck was teaching at the university at the very same time as Martin Bosworth and Colin Palmer. As far as I knew, the detectives were unaware of this information. I approached the mean-looking librarian and asked how and where I could print out a microfilm. "In the microform room." I was puzzled. "Isn't this the microform room?" The librarian shot me a withering look. "This is the microfiche room. You need to print out microfiche and microfilm in the microform room. There's a charge," she added, 20 cents a page. She pointed to an old wooden door on which was suitably written, "Microform Room." I hadn't noticed the door before. I made my way to it and pushed it open. A wave of musty air hit me in the face, and I immediately looked up at the ceiling for signs of mold. While I didn't see any, the ceiling was painted a most unattractive shade of yellow, and the paint was cracked and peeling. I figured I was the first person in the room in quite some time. After all, the demand for printing out ancient records of microfiche and microfilm couldn't be too high. I found a machine with the label Self-Service Micrographic Scanner, insert 20 cents. I doubt it had been used for ages, given the horrible grinding sounds it made. It emanated repulsive fumes that smelt of insidious chemicals. I expected it to burst into flames at any moment. Several dollars later, I had a wad of scanned microfiche records in my hand. Now I just needed proof of the motive. I scanned the old staff lists again to see if there was anyone still at the university who had taught back then. To my delight, there was one name, Ellen Tilley. What were the chances she would be on campus today? I stood and gathered my notes. At worst, I would have to come back. I was regretting my complaints about Socrates being boring. Boring was good. I was beginning to like boring. Boring was safe. Once I had solved these murders, I would look forward to a boring and hopefully long life. After I climbed a lengthy flight of stairs to get to the main level, I asked directions at the front desk. Professor Tilley's office was in the old education wing. It took me some time to navigate the campus, but I eventually found the office. I could scarcely believe my luck. The door was open and someone was at the desk. Professor Tilley's office was old and worn. Other than the computer in the middle of the desk, the setting was mid-century. Framed prints of lighthouses and English gardens lined the walls, along with cherry bookshelves filled with texts and handbooks. The desk was stacked with files and neatly stapled papers. A small woman was sitting there with a red pen in hand, carefully studying the report in front of her from behind thick spectacles. Professor Tilly looked to be around Martin Bosworth's age. She wore a high-collared black blouse and a white scarf. An oversized cross covered in glass gems lay against her chest. Her white hair was cut into a short, feathered style that curled around her ears. Before I could knock on the door to announce my presence, the elderly woman looked up and smiled in acknowledgement.
"Good afternoon. May I help you?"
"Yes, I'm sorry if I'm disturbing you."
"Not at all."
Professor Tilly's voice was pleasant. She closed a stack of papers and waved a small hand towards a chair. "My name is Sibyl Potts. I have a few questions about a Professor David Bilderbeck." The woman's brows furrowed as she leant back in her chair, her thin fingers interlacing as she studied me.
"I am afraid there is no Professor Bilderbeck, Sibyl."
"Professor Bilderbeck was teaching here years ago, at the same time as Martin Bosworth and Colin Palmer, in the philosophy department," I said, hoping that would jog her memory. "You see, both Professor Bosworth and Professor Palmer were found dead."
"I know the story, Sibyl."
Professor Tilly's demeanour had changed abruptly.
"I don't speak to journalists,"
she said, reaching out a thin finger to wag at me in warning. "I'm not a journalist," I said, shaking my head for emphasis. "I found Colin Palmer's body. They were both murdered at the boarding house, which is owned by a friend of mine, Cressida Upthorpe. I rent a cottage on the property. You see, I'm afraid that Cressida will be charged, and she's not guilty. David Bilderbeck is the gardener who works on the grounds, and I saw that he and Martin Bosworth used to work together here at the university. Did you know David Bilderbeck?" Professor Tilly's expression softened. She sighed and removed her glasses to rub the bridge of her nose.
"We were acquaintances many years ago. He and Professor Bosworth were both the top professors in their field. There was always a rivalry between them."
"What happened?" I was keen to know the answer. According to Cressida, David Bilderbeck had been doing odd jobs around town for years before she hired him as the gardener.
"Some years ago, the head of their department retired. Just like everything else, they both competed for the position. Both were more than qualified, of course, but Bilderbeck was well published, whereas Bosworth was not. And they both gave it their all. Bilderbeck was liked by the faculty as well, which worked in his favour."
I leant forward, listening intently.
"Bilderbeck was married to a member of the administrative staff. People were saying it would take a miracle for Bosworth to take the position."
The professor rose up and shuffled over to the door, looking about before slowly closing it shut.
"Bosworth didn't take kindly to the idea, naturally. He tried to claim that it would be favouritism, but with Bilderbeck's records, the staff members were not all that concerned about a scandal in that regard."
"But Bosworth got the promotion." I furrowed my brow as I tried to understand where the story was going. People competed for promotions all the time, but no one ended up dead decades later over it. The woman made a disgusted sound as she lowered herself back into her chair.
"Just before the selection committee made their decision, which everyone knew would be in Bilderbeck's favour, out of the blue, there was a claim that Bilderbeck was using department funding for personal uses. I remember it well. It was all over campus. The poor man was shocked to be accused, but I remember him being so calm. All his expenses were supposedly on record with receipts. I'm sure he didn't think it was a cause for concern."
Professor Tilly was silent for a moment, and she shook her head.
"An audit was called for, and thousands of dollars were found to be unaccounted for. There was no evidence as to where any of it went."
I gasped. It was obvious to me that Professor Tilly did not believe that Bilderbeck had stolen the funds.
"It destroyed Bilderbeck. He kept professing his innocence, and there was no evidence against him. But then his wife moved to divorce him. She made her claims quite public and said he had stolen the money and lost it gambling.
The university had no choice but to let him go to avoid certain scandal. Of course, Bilderbeck was blacklisted from working at any other university again. That's awful, I said. What a horrible thing to happen. But what did that have to do with Martin Bosworth? The woman stared at me from over the top of her glasses. Martin Bosworth was the one who made the claim that Bilderbeck was stealing, and even worse, it came out that Bosworth was having an affair with Bilderbeck's wife. She, by the way, had access to some sensitive records. It isn't like today. No one could track if a record had been altered, not if the person doing it was smart enough. I suppose no one will ever know what happened for certain. All I can say without a doubt is that a good man was ruined by everyone and everything he lived for. His name and career were destroyed. His rival was made the head of the department that was rightfully his, and his rival had an affair with his wife. That sounds like something out of a movie, I said. Professor Tilly nodded, her expression sad. Well, it was all a long time ago. Now I'd best get out of memory lane and start back on these. She tapped a stack of papers in front of her. I stood. I apologize for taking up your time. I know you must be busy. Thanks for your help. I walked back down the long hill to the visitors' parking area and hopped into my van. I called Blake and told him I had evidence that Cressida's gardener, David Bilderbeck, had been a colleague of Martin Bosworth's some years ago and had plenty of motive. Blake, thankfully, did not lecture me, but said he would call by my cottage later to review the information. He was currently in court that day in Tamworth and would not be back until evening. He told me to go straight home and to keep out of David Bilderbeck's way. I didn't need to be told twice. Chapter 22. I was in my kitchen warming hot chocolate mix in a shallow pot on the stove when I heard a knock at the front door. Blake, I said to myself. It was dusk, and the sky outside the window over the sink was pink and purple, with the last bit of light fading quickly. Above the trees, I could already see some stars twinkling softly in the evening light. One thing about the country is that one can see so many more stars than in the city. I took the pan off the burner and turned off the stove, pouring the mix into a mug sitting next to the stove, before I set down the pan and went to the front door. Blake, come in. I smiled and opened the door. My heart beat quite a bit faster, and I scolded myself for looking at Blake's big, muscled arms. I just made some hot chocolate. Would you like some? Blake said that he would, and I managed to restrain Sandy from leaping on him. I put her at the back of the house in the garden room, at the same time inadvertently letting in my cockatoo, Max. Now, Max, be a good boy if I let you stay inside for a while. I shook my finger at him. Max squawked at me and sat on his perch, which was around the corner and hopefully somewhat out of the way. Thankfully, he didn't say anything, but I figured it was only a matter of time. I poured the remains of the hot chocolate into another mug for Blake. This is good. He smiled at me, and my insides flipped. I mentally rolled my eyes at my response and sat opposite Blake. So, tell me, did you catch David Bilderbeck? Blake pulled a face. I told the detectives, and you'll be pleased to know that they agreed. They said they'd just come to the same conclusion. I could tell by Blake's tone that he didn't actually believe that. At least I could now breathe a sigh of relief. Cressida was off the hook. Have they arrested him? They can't find him. I suppose he's taken off. Blake shook his head. Anyway, that's their problem now. I'm so relieved it's all over. Thank goodness for that. I must say I'm impressed that you figured the whole thing out, Blake said. But next time, please leave it to the police. I ignored the latter comment and addressed the former. I didn't quite figure it all out. I was only guessing at his reasoning. I can help with the reasoning, a voice said, as the front door swung open and banged into the wall. My first thought was that I hadn't locked the front door.
But why would I have thought it necessary with Blake in the house? Besides, no one locked their doors in the country. My second thought was that the man had a gun. David Bilderbeck stood in the doorway, his face devoid of any expression. He stepped forward, shutting the door behind him as he did so, and waving the gun with his right hand. He made his way further into the room until he was standing next to my chair. I closed my eyes and took a long, slow breath, afraid of what the man was likely to do. I jumped as his fingers rested on my shoulder.
"You really are a smart woman,"
David Bilderbeck said.
"You did figure this all out."
"Why did you kill Martin Bosworth?" I asked, opening my eyes and seeing, to my relief, that David Bilderbeck had retreated to stand in front of the door. I had no idea why I'd spoken. It was an automatic reaction due to fear, I suppose. I tend to ramble when I'm nervous. The effect that name had on David Bilderbeck was instant. His brow furrowed, and anger flashed across his features. I bit my lip, afraid I had tipped him over the edge, but he took a deep breath and continued.
"Listen, I had no plans to kill that man. He wronged me years ago, but I had moved on. He came to stay here at the boarding house and pulled into the parking lot with his brand new BMW, no less. It all came flooding back. All his lies, how he made me penniless. I spent all my money on lawyers in those days, but I still couldn't get my professor's job back. I ended up on welfare. That's how I was for years, all thanks to Martin Bosworth." He gave a weird, strangled laugh that chilled me right through to my bones, and then continued. "Then it all came crashing down. Not just the promotion, but my whole career. And my wife said, well, I won't go into it because it still makes me mad, and I'm trying to be calm."
If this was David Bilderbeck calm, I would hate to see him when he wasn't calm. I risked a glance at Blake, but he had his eyes fixed on the man. "So that's why you killed him?" I said.
"No,"
David Bilderbeck said. He shook his head and rubbed his eyes with his thumb and forefinger.
"It was when he recognized me in the garden one day and taunted me about being poor when he was so wealthy and famous. He was a nasty piece of work. I was so furious that I could have killed him then, but then I thought about all the hemlock plants growing wild, and that gave me the idea."
"To kill him with hemlock?" Blake asked. David grinned, showing a row of yellowed teeth.
"Yes, what a fitting end for one of the world's most eminent Socratic scholars, to die the same way that Socrates did, poisoned by hemlock."
He giggled manically.
"Hemlock looks like parsley, so I put it in the salad. And of course you both know by now that quail aren't affected by hemlock, so I fed those quail on it, then made sure Cressida fed one to that horrid little man."
"Did you intend to frame Cressida?" I asked. His face blackened, and I thought for a moment that I'd gone too far.
"No, of course not," he spat. "The cops would never think she did it. They couldn't be that stupid."
"Why did you kill Colin Palmer?" I asked him.
"It was Colin Palmer who was just the innocent bystander. I liked that man. I didn't mean to hurt Colin Palmer. Really, I didn't mean that to happen. After I killed Martin Bosworth, Colin Palmer recognized me in the garden. He said he thought I'd moved interstate, and he was quite surprised to see me. How he recognized me, I don't know. I was doing my best to keep out of everyone's way. I knew it was only a matter of time before he put two and two together and went to the police."
"So you didn't want to kill Colin Palmer?" Blake said. David's face fell, and he lowered the gun a little.
"No, I was careless, and he had to pay the price. I feel bad about that. He was an innocent victim. I always liked that man."
"Why didn't you just leave town?" Blake asked. I studied Blake for a moment. He was nodding his head and acting like he was truly listening. I decided to follow suit.
"Where would I go?
I needed the gardening job. It's taken me years to get a job, and Cressida is nice to me and pays me well." Despite my fear, I was amazed by his statement. He had killed Colin Palmer just because he didn't want to leave town, simply because he liked his gardening job. David Bilderbeck lifted his gun. "I'm sorry about this. I killed Colin Palmer because he recognized me before he could tell anyone else, and I have to do the same to the two of you." "But I've already told the detectives," I said. "That's true," Blake said. "I'm surprised they're not here already." "See, there's no point killing us then, as the detectives already know it was you." My voice came out weak and trembling, but I hoped he would listen to me nevertheless. And indeed, David Bilderbeck did consider my words, or so it seemed to me. "Yes, I accept the truth of the premise. Therefore I must accept the truth of the conclusion," he said. I frowned and looked at Blake, but he shrugged. David was silent for a moment before speaking again. "Okay, you two can be my hostages. We'll take your van." He waved the gun at me. "Leave Sibyl here and take me as your hostage," Blake said, his voice calm. "Two hostages are hard to manage, and you really only need one. I'm your better choice, as the other cops will take a cop hostage seriously." The man shook his head. "You're just trying to trick me." He raised his gun and pointed it at Blake. I caught my breath. Just then, the door flew open. Chapter 23. Mr. Buttons burst into the room. "Hello, everyone. Oh, David, fancy seeing you here. Nothing wrong with the old English roses, I hope. They are so prone to black spot." I stared at the scene unfolding before me with my heart in my mouth. Didn't Mr. Buttons see that David Bilderbeck had a gun? Had he completely taken leave of his senses? Even David Bilderbeck seemed surprised, and he lowered the gun momentarily. I watched as the barrel pointed towards the floor, but then it rose swiftly through the air and pointed directly at Mr. Buttons. "David, what's this?" Mr. Buttons said in horror. "A gun?" In my peripheral vision, I saw the yellow crest on Max's head extend to stand upright. He often did that before he spoke. He was out of David Bilderbeck's line of sight at the far end of the kitchen around the corner. His words were out of his beak before I realized what he would say.
"We've got the place surrounded,"
he screeched.
"Drop your weapon and come outside, or we'll shoot you down, you..."
Max then imitated the sound of a police siren. David Bilderbeck jumped and backed away from the three of us. He turned to peep out the window, and his gun dropped slightly. Then, to my astonishment, Mr. Buttons did an amazing gymnastic move, which, from what I recalled of my vision of the Olympics, I think was called an Arabian double front with double twist. At any rate, he flipped through the air and across the room in a series of elegant somersaults, landing upside down and with his legs tightly wrapped around David Bilderbeck's neck. Blake rushed forward and retrieved the gun as David Bilderbeck crumpled to the ground. I sat there, dazed, my mouth open, wondering if I was having another vision or if this was really happening. At that point, the two detectives knocked my door off its hinges, despite the fact that it was unlocked, put a semi-conscious David Bilderbeck in handcuffs, and dragged him through the opening left by the door, all the while mumbling about getting our statements later. It happened so fast that I could scarcely take it in. Blake and Mr. Buttons walked over to where I was still sitting, concern on their faces. "Are you okay?" Blake asked. He leant down to peer into my face. I was unable to speak. "I think she's in shock," Mr. Buttons said to Blake. I pointed at Mr. Buttons. You, gymnastics?" I stammered. Mr. Buttons beamed. "Yes, I won an Oxford Blue for gymnastics in... Well, never mind the year. Men didn't really do the double fronts back then, but I liked them." "That was very brave of you, Mr. Buttons," Blake said, "but you really shouldn't have taken on an armed man." Mr. Buttons shrugged. "Well, I'm sure the real hero is Max."
"You're a
full, Max squawked. I shook my head. Was I the only sane person in this town?
Sibyl is pale. I had better make her a cup of tea,
Mr. Buttons said. Blake took the throw from the bright orange sofa and draped it around me. I shivered and huddled into it. I'll get the fire going, he said to Mr. Buttons. Soon I was huddled in front of a roaring fire. Despite the fact that it was spring, the nights up here in the mountains were always cold. I started to come to my senses. The sugary tea was helping. Bosworth would be alive if he hadn't done what he did, Blake said to Mr. Buttons, who was sitting beside him on the sofa. Mr. Buttons nodded and picked a few threads from Blake's shirt. It doesn't make it right, of course, Blake said, brushing Mr. Buttons' hand away. He turned to me. Sibyl, you should stay at the boarding house tonight, and tomorrow I'll send someone to fix your door. Those detectives had no right to do that. I murmured my thanks. Blake stood. I'll start the paperwork, if you're sure you're all right, Sibyl. I nodded. Blake went to the door and stopped. He turned and looked at me, and then at Mr. Buttons. I looked at him with expectation. Never mind, Blake said, smiling at me. I'll talk to you later. He walked over the door lying on the floor and out onto the porch, leaving me wondering what he had intended to say. I'd better go and see if Cressida's all right, Mr. Buttons said, getting to his feet with some difficulty. Ouch! My back. I think I've pulled every muscle in my body. Will you be okay by yourself? Do you want to come to the boarding house with me now? I'll make dinner for the three of us. Thanks for everything, Mr. Buttons. Dinner sounds great, but I think I need a few moments to myself first, so I can process everything. I'll come up soon. Mr. Buttons nodded, and then also made his way across the door that was lying on the floor. I sat in my living room for a long while, and then I went to take a shower. The hot water did wonders to wash away my stress, and after I had dried and dressed, I felt considerably better. I went back into the kitchen and saw that the hot chocolate mug was still next to the stove. I picked up the mug and dumped the cold liquid down the drain. I washed the mug and put it away. The dinner invitation was good, as I was in no state to cook anything. After checking that Sandy's water was full and her blankets were in her dog bed in the garden room, I pulled on some sneakers and then lifted the edge of the door off the floor to retrieve my light jacket that had been hanging on the back of it. My moonlight walk down the dirt path towards the boarding house was peaceful. The sky was dark blue and growing darker, and the wind hardly blew at all, and when it did, it sent dead leaves rising into the air in swirling patterns. When the boarding house loomed before me, I smiled and picked up speed. I reached the porch and then hurried inside without knocking. Cressida greeted me as soon as I arrived in the main living room. "Oh, Sibyl, Mr. Buttons has told me everything." Her hand flew to her chest. "I can't imagine what you went through." "Mr. Buttons was the hero," I said. "If only you could have seen him flying through the air like that." I waved my hands around to try to describe what he did. "Mr. Buttons was too modest to tell me that part," Cressida said, a note of disapproval in her voice. "I'm just grateful that I called the detectives after Lord Farringdon told me that you and Blake were in mortal danger." I looked at Mr. Buttons and he arched his eyebrows. He stood up and poured both of us a glass of wine. Cressida was already into her second glass by the look of her. "I thought you only drank tea," I said to Mr. Buttons. "Medicinal purposes," he said, taking a long drink from his glass. "Things sure did start getting interesting after you moved into town, Sibyl," Cressida said, her speech slurred. I held up my hands in a gesture of helplessness. I had nothing to do with any of it. "Trouble might just follow you around." Cressida raised one of her penciled-in eyebrows. I chuckled. "I guess it might. Anyway, where are the boarders?" "They all moved out," Cressida said. "We have an empty house here now." I sipped my wine and looked at Cressida and Mr. Buttons. What an odd set of friends I had. A good-looking cop, an eccentric woman with makeup that always appeared to be applied with a trowel, and an Englishman with a penchant for tea and cucumber sandwiches. And then I had a lovely dog and a trash-talking cockatoo. Was this really my life? It was, of course, and I wasn't sure I would have it any other way. I wouldn't. I wouldn't change a thing. Life isn't always how one imagines it, but that didn't mean it wasn't the best it could be. In the last few months since moving to Little Tatterford, in hopes of moving on after divorcing a cheating and homicidal husband, I had seen more dead bodies than I had ever planned on seeing. The strange thing was that somehow I was happy. So what if my life wasn't normal and my friends weren't normal? Some things were worth a little bit of weird.
"Are you okay, Sibyl?"
Mr. Buttons asked, reaching over to pat my hand. I smiled and nodded. I'm just fine. The end.